Clair Shores City Council meeting of July 15th, 2024 to order. Abby, please call the roll.
Mayor Walby?
Here.
Councilmember Burgess?
Here.
Councilmember Karen?
Here.
Councilmember Frederick?
Present.
Councilmember Rubello?
Present.
Councilmember Rusi?
Here.
And Councilmember Vitale.
Here.
The quorum is present.
Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So item 2 is proclamations and presentations, and so we have a presentation and regarding the Optimist Club Pizza Palooza. I know they're going to do a check presentation, pizza awards. So I know, I think spearheaded by Brian Owens. So I know, why don't you come up, Brian? And then I know you have people here from the Optimist Club and that. So get in the center. Job well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me give you the mic. There you go. Hey, Debbie.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Talk loud.
So Pizza Palooza was something that I first came up with a couple months ago because I kept on seeing posts on Facebook of people saying who has the best pizza in St. Clair Shores. And I thought, well, let's put it to the test. So we did. And I thought it was going to be something where, 200-300 people would show up and, pizzas be given out and everyone have a good time. But then it turned into something bigger. And then it started to get a lot of push on Facebook. And then I was approached by a family from St. Clair Shores. Michelle Sand was she's a Zumba teacher, Zumba instructor at the senior center, and her grandson, William, he's 3 years old. He has autism, and he needs stem cell therapy to be able to form sentences. One of his classmates had the same therapy, and now I guess she can form 4 or 5 word sentences now. So I thought, well, he's a 5th generation St. Clair Shores resident. He's 2.5 years old, and so this is what Pizza Palooza was all about. And I thought we were going to get 500 to 700 people. We got 500 to 700 people the first hour. We ended up having 1,900 people show up, and everybody was just running out of pizza and couldn't ask for a better day for it. We ended up raising $16,000.
Fantastic.
So we met our goal. Hello?
Yeah, it's working. Yeah,
You're good.
yeah, it should be on.
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Is that
talk-
on? All right. So we met our goal for the Kemp family. And can you guys come up here? Also, I'd like to bring up the optimists that are here today, too. Come on up, guys.
Introduce them.
So this is Deb DePape, acting president. This is Chris. What's your last name, Chris?
Perry.
Chris Perry. And this is Ron Ernie. What we got over there?
Laura.
And Laura Kerbick.
Bartnick.
Bartnick. And Kathy Rayner, who's filming this but can't be up here. Also, we have Councilwoman Burgess, Councilman Rubello, and Councilman Frederick, who are all optimists. And this is the Kemp family, and this is William Kemp. So on behalf of the optimists of St. Clair Shores, we'd like to present you guys with this check for $9,000.
Thank you so much.
So, young William can get us started. Thank you. All right, now let's get to the pizza. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get to that.
Sure. Chris, how you doing?
All right, so the first award, who has the best round pizza in St. Clair Shores? So this was judged by a judges panel, and I was one of the judges, and we had two other judges, completely unbiased of the pizza in St. Clair Shores. It was a blind taste test, so we really didn't know what we were tasting or what we even had in store for us. But the best round pizza goes to Detroit Style Pizza Company.
Great job. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, come on, we'll get a picture.
Congratulations. Here you
Got
go.
a picture?
Let's get a picture over here. By the way, all these plaques are done by Woods Trophies. I highly recommend them. Fantastic.
Nice design.
Best gluten-free pizza. Yeah, this has been a big call lately for gluten-free pizza. And best gluten-free pizza was done by a judges panel, because I don't know anything about gluten-free, of Darlene Frederick and Pam Mason. Is Pam Mason here today?
Let's see.
No? Okay. And that goes to Detroit Style Pizza Company.
Way to go. Nice job.
Congratulations. Congratulations again, Carrie.
On the pizza. And where are you located? Just so, I mean, I know, but tell us.
We are on Harper and Martin in St. Clair Shores, just across the street from Malouv's. Yeah.
Fantastic.
In the same parking lot as Village Market and Palmer Inn.
There you go.
So the next award, which was a surprise to me, but it is what it is. But their pizza is fantastic, and this is the new kid on the block, Philly's Original Cheesesteaks.
Oh. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Right, fantastic.
Phil, congratulations. Phil,
Yeah, come on, get in there.
Jesus, I thought I was a big guy. All right. All right. Philly's Original Cheesesteaks is located on Mack Avenue. They're part of the 9 and Mack Business Association, and I thought they had good cheesesteak, but they have great square pizza, too.
Fantastic.
Congratulations, guys.
Great job.
Congratulations.
Fantastic. Thank you. Fantastic. Way to go.
All right, so also with Pizza Palooza, the residents had their choice to vote for who's their favorite, okay? And they voted hard. Ray's Pizza won the People's Choice Award.
Congratulations. I like your New York style pizza.
Thank you.
Ray, congratulations.
George.
Congratulations. Yeah, this is George.
Hello.
And this is Ray.
Yeah, hold it.
Adriana.
And Ray's Pizza is located at on Harper, just south of 12 Mile.
Just north of 12 Mile.
Just north of 12 Mile. Just north of 12 Mile.
Just before the old Friendlies there, and that was a bank, but the old Friendlies.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So last one, there was also an overall award, and this one is also going to go to Detroit Style Pizza Company.
Way to go.
Thanks, Ray.
Congratulations, guys.
Yeah. Portnoy would be happy,
Congratulations,
right? Huh? Dave Portnoy would be happy.
Dave Portnoy would be happy.
Yeah, he would.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So these places put a lot into this. Ray's Pizza, I was talking to him. He put about 70 pizzas into this, and that's not including everybody else that didn't win any awards. But the participants who definitely should be recognized are Jets Pizza, Sorrento's Pizza, Ferlito's Pizza. This was there. There was Firehouse Pub, Shores Inn, and Gilbert's. Okay. Oh, yeah. I can't forget this either. Bourbon Shores. They almost won the best round pizzas. Fantastic. That's where the old Colette's place is at Masonic and Harper. Colleen's?
That's what it used to
Colleen's.
be. Yep.
Shows you how much I frequented there. I also want to thank the community for coming out and all of our sponsors. Our sponsors were Tim Trombley with Shelby Construction, Nick Sino with Roseville Vending, Trader Todd's donated, and missing. Oh, can't forget about Party Adventures. Party Adventures came in a pinch. I bought 700 plates, and I should say they donated 700 plates. I thought that's going to be fine. I got a call at 1 o'clock from the front tent saying, hey, we're out of plates. So they came through in a pinch and gave us the rest of the plates, which is fantastic. Yeah.
Reverend Wade?
What was his name? Reverend Wade? Yeah. Reverend Wade at, what church was that? St. Margaret's? Yeah. Reverend Wade at St. Margaret's decided to tell everyone to go and come to Pizza Palooza, so family can thank them too. All right, thank you very much.
I would I would, on behalf of the city, I want to thank the Optimist Club. They do a great job in the community. They've been long-term here, whether it's this pizza or, giving the hot chocolate when we light the Christmas tree and pardon me? Police and fire breakfasts and Christmas trees, right?
Santa Station.
Yeah, so I mean, they just have been an institution in the city of St. Clair Shores. So we thank the Optimists for all they do for years and years, so we appreciate that. And then secondly, of course, as you said, I have these sometimes too, I think about, well, people show up, whether it's the parade or whatever, but the people of St. Clair Shores, they always come. They always come, they always donate. They're just fantastic in this community. So we thank them. They're all, as I already said, they always come and they always participate and they always give.
All my friends ask me, why do you still live in St. Clair Shores? Why do you live in those old houses? Well, I mean, it's not about the old house. It's about the guy who's living in the old house next to me.
Good.
That's what St. Clair Shores is all about.
Thanks a lot.
And I think Michelle's saying.
Sorry I'm late. I was teaching Zumba over at the Senior Center, but Brian, I can't thank you enough. So I wanted to do a little Zumba fundraiser or something. I had no idea that you even existed, and please count on our family to help in the future. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our little guy.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Item 2 is a presentation from Priority Waste. I think it's Dan Vanette is here, right? I hope I said that right? Vanette, okay. And he's going to kind of give an overview. As you know, GFL sold out. I think they sold about 73 communities, right, to Priority Waste. Priority Waste took over actually July 1st, right, on that Monday. And needless to say, we've had a few issues here, and probably more than a few, Dan, but you give us an overview, and I know the council's going to have some comments and questions too, but you can take it away from here.
Of course. Thank you, everyone. My name is Dan Vinay, Vice President of Municipal Sales for Priority Waste. I've been with the company for 5.5 years. We started in February of 19, so just 6.5 years of existence. And what we've done in the industry before the transition was take a different approach to how it was run before, utilizing today's technology to enhance, improve, and make things more efficient by incorporating and welcoming changes. This industry as a whole was more stagnant than most others. Were less willing to embrace technology, mostly because it costs a lot. If you think about what we just acquired with the assets from GFL, 550 trucks and 800 or so employees, 500 trucks to retrofit with $20,000 worth of cameras is quite the undertaking. So with us at the beginning, as I say, a canoe in Lake St. Clair as opposed to a freighter, we can move and shift and adapt a little bit more quickly. So by embracing it early on, what we've seen is a dramatic increase in service efficiencies. Now, we're 11 days into a transition, and we know that there's some things that we're learning on the streets, whether it be a nook and cranny, a corner house that's missed, or redefining a route and not knowing where we finished to where we started. And all of those things, I promise, are going to continue to get better as we continue to look at the way GFL was running the routes to the way that we will more efficiently run the routes. And nothing as far as days are changing, but maybe where we start and finish will. And I'm a routine guy. I do live in the city myself, and I know at 7:30 prior, our GFL truck would come through and service our recycling. And I knew I could work out at 5 and be ready and put it out there in enough time. But as things change, I know that may shift, and I don't want to get in that, stay in that bad habit and get my materials out early. So what priority is committed to making this right. I know that myself and my neighbors and friends and family that live in the city may be going through some pain right now with this transition. But what I can tell you is that I don't go to bed at night without thinking about not only the city of St. Clair Shores, but also the other 74 that we took over, of getting things back in our normal standing order. What we walked into on day one, without going into the nitty-gritty details, was not what we should have. We walked into trucks delivered to our yards without axles. We walked into trucks in our yards that we took possession of that had diesel mixed with oil. And if any of you have any mechanical background, you know diesel can't mix with oil in an engine. And we had to overcome that in a very quick fashion, and we are still overcoming that. And again, 550 trucks, 100 plus are still being repaired. So we're running with a fraction of the fleet that we purchased outright that was unprofessionally handed over. But that's an excuse. And that's something that I'm not here to portray to you. I'm just trying to give some of the story of why we may be having some issues. But what I can tell you is over the course of the next 14 days, as we wrap up this month, because today is over and tomorrow is just about to begin, as we get towards the end of this month, our goal is to not only have the city right-sized, but have all of our communities right-sized. And that's a commitment that none of us are taking lightly. We're working third shifts to get trucks up and running. We've sent trucks out to 5 different states to get fixed. We've ordered and brought in rental vehicles to get things back up and running. And that's because we are committed to doing this the right way and committed to trying to improve what your residents, myself, my neighbors, friends, and family are feeling on a day-to-day basis. Overall, there's going to be normal hitches and glitches with a transition. I have to give kudos to the DPW staff, calling me, texting me, sending me information as it comes to them, knowing that there's some phone systems, and I'll attack that next, knowing that there's some glitches that happened in this. We took 700,000 homes over in a day. Think about that for just a moment. 700,000. That's on average 2.2 touches per house. Some homes don't have yard waste. Some homes don't have recycle, but everybody has trash. So we're talking in the ballpark of 1.8 million touches every week. 1.8 million across the board. So there's going to be normal things that happen, but what we are committed to is getting that normal of the transition corrected for a new normal of efficient, effective service. And with the phone system specifically, our standard prior to the transition was 3-minute hold times or less. And most of that was 2-minute hold times, 1 to 2 minute to 3 minute talk times, call resolution times of under 5. And I know that that has not happened. I'm not shying away from it. I acknowledge that that's an issue. What we found out was an issue of ignorance in the system that we had. We had a system at the time, we had 340,000 homes that we service every day, or every week. So again, roughly about 1 million touches a week. We never had a phone system error like we had recently. What happened was calls would come into reception, and at 8 o'clock, 8:01, that's the highest call volume of the day. People calling from the day prior to start off before they go into work. They call in first thing to get things reported. When that high call volume would come in, let's say 300 calls come in at 8:01, instead of those calls getting scheduled by receiving time It was a system glitch that was not doing that. Behind the scenes, it was telling us that they had 300 calls and it was working its way through, but it was doing it as if I called in at 8 o'clock and Mr. Councilman, you called in at 8:01, you could have gotten before I did. You could have gotten through before I did. And that's an obvious error and an issue that we immediately noticed within, what was through some diagnostic testing. And what I can say today is that we've already re-engaged with a big national phone system provider to make improvements and switch over our phone systems to make it more appeasing to the residents that are calling in so that they can get in touch with us much faster and again, get back to their normal daily lives. So we ran tests all week last week. Again, we've only been in the city for 10, 11 days as of today. And we've already started to initiate that changeover. And I do expect that changeover to happen quickly because my CEO, Todd Stamper, who the mayor and other members came to visit, we expressed that illicitly that our core focus is that it feels like 1950s in the front, but it operates with the 2050 technology in the back. We want people to feel like they've been heard. People get off the phone quickly, get their service provided correctly, and not maybe have to make those calls. But if they do, they're getting on, getting a hold, and getting off in a very timely fashion. So we're committed to this. I come with you to hope for a little bit of grace, knowing that we are working through some things that were outside of our control, not using it as an excuse, but just painting a picture that what would have or should have happened was not on our side. And it wasn't due to a lack of effort. We did a very thorough fleet audit, 45 to 60 days ahead of the transition. And the condition in which the fleet was when we did that fleet audit was not the same when we took it over July 1st. I could say that it was done on purpose. I could say that it was not done on purpose. I don't know. All I know is that today we're sitting in with a bag of goods that we were not originally shown. You go to the Nino's market and you're digging at the top, you get an apple, it's going to be a good apple. You go down to the bottom, Nino's quality is going to be a good apple. But if you go to another place where you're not familiar, you may not get that same quality over a course of time, where you dig underneath and you realize it's all bruised and beaten up. And that's what we found on July 1st, was some of those apples that we were provided had some blemishes below the core, or below the skin in the core. But we're working through it. And like I said before, we are going to get this right. Again, being a resident, my father grew up in Ursuline. The house I live in was my great-grandfather's. I'm committed to this city like our CEO is, who also lived in St. Clair. I feel like St. Clair Shores is just where everybody lives at one time, I feel like. So we're committed to this because I truly do believe in this city. I know you just illustrated it, what your Optimist Club did with taking a nugget of an idea and turning it into something through power of people is amazing. And that's who we are. We took an industry that was struggling to adapt, to change, to improve, and we're trying to push it in the right direction, knowing that this acquisition and changeover was a heavy lift, but we're committed to making sure that that burden is not on the shoulders of your residents, yourselves, your staffs, but really back on us. So again, I apologize for some of the things that have happened, and know that we're committed to get this right. So I'll wrap it up.
Let me ask two questions. I know the council probably has a few questions. Back to the phones. That's one of the big issues I've been getting, right? Sometimes 20 minutes, a 40-minute wait on the phone, right? And you indicated that it's less than a couple of minutes. You said you're making the changeover. Would they feel it tomorrow? Would someone feel it tomorrow who didn't get their trash picked up on Alexander Street?
Tomorrow, no. It is a transition that the phone systems have to take over. We don't want to implement another problem, if that makes sense. We don't want to put something in that's premature, not fully tested, not ready. We were working with and engaged with AWS, the company that we're talking to, back in March and April. And then we kind of hit a stall and we stopped. Again, we didn't know our phone systems were going to have this issue. Now we've come to the realization they cannot function with what we need them to do and the greater scope. So we've re-engaged. So we ran tests all week last week. And I don't want to say today, I don't want to say tomorrow, I don't want to say Wednesday, what I will do is commit that as soon as they're up and operational, that you and the other staff will know, so we can share that information across. But I don't want to overpromise to you tonight and say the good things, but then you come back tomorrow and say, I still have residents with this issue.
So the wait will still continue to be quite lengthy.
For a little bit of time. We're hoping to implement this week, but like I said, I don't want to promise that it is this week without it actually being in and having full trust that it'll run.
Saturday, I was communicated that you would have, what's the right term, Dustin? You know, pick the cleaned up some of the missing ones, et cetera. Was that completed?
To my knowledge, yes. Now, there are, of course, going to be ones that we may have missed that maybe weren't reported, got lost in translation. But yes, on Saturday, we ran all of our trucks, not only just the GFL trucks we acquired, but all 160 or so of the priority trucks that we already had in our rotation. So all of our trucks were running across all of the cities in which we had areas that needed attention. Now, if there is an area that remains, I would love to get that, and we can get that addressed tomorrow.
Questions? Mr. Rubello?
I'm not sure, was it you that I talked with? Was it you I talked with last week? I don't remember if I talked to a couple different people.
I'm not sure if it was me. There's a couple of Dans at our office if you talk to
Okay,
a
so I
Dan.
guess what I want to come away with is, you told us a lot. I know you got surprised. I mean, you may have found out on social media that you were sold. That's how.
I did.
You know, that's how our phone calls really started coming in. So who is, I guess what I want to know is, because I had a pretty good relationship with a couple of the people running GFL, and I hope to carry that on with your group too. But we were able to just get right in there hands-on and say, this garbage hasn't been picked up on this street. We could text the guy and all that type of stuff. So I don't know who's left from the old GFL. Is there anybody left would be a go-to guy?
Yeah, and what I can do is get a name or a way for you and the other members of the council to reach out to us. You can always call me or reach out to me, and I'll make sure that before I leave, I give anybody who wants my card. Because right now, we're all neck deep in this together. We're all committed to getting this right. So if it's me taking calls from you I've gotten them as late as 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. It is what it is for the short term as we get this right. But we do have individuals that are familiar with St. Clair Shores, supervisors, territory managers, as we call them, that probably have. A lot of the employees that serviced the city previously remained with us. The recycling guy on my street is the same recycling guy I've seen for 5 years. And he knows me through now because I work at Priority, but before because I was the guy giving him water on his day. And it was just something that I'm sure many of the residents do.
So you have, as far as the contract and stuff, we're getting everything we signed up with the other folks.
Correct. Nothing changed in the terms and conditions.
Nothing changes.
Yes.
I mean, I can just tell you, I guess I've been one of the lucky ones because I've had my garbage picked up. At least my garbage day's Monday. It's been picked up on Monday. And today, you guys were, it was 7:30 in the morning, and you guys actually picked it up. But of course, we understand that a lot of people, they're maybe a little bit confused because you get into these routines and these rhythms, and my garbage is picked up at 9 o'clock, and all of a sudden, it's picked up at 5 o'clock. Then we start getting phone calls because they must have missed me because they always picked it up at 9, and they wait a little bit, and it's 5 o'clock. I guess what I want to come out with this is communications, okay? And if something's going on or something's changing, something's getting better, something's getting worse, email the city manager and he'll pass the message to us. And I think what would happen is as long as we can pass the communications to our residents, and I'm glad you are a resident of St. Clair Shores because that probably means that you put us first in front of, 75 communities, that many communities?
I don't put anybody first, but my house, I'm just kidding.
Okay, maybe we should live on your street then. So the good thing is what I would want to come out of this is you guys do a better job than GFL. And I think if you can get to that point, we're a winner, you're a winner. So, good luck, and I know it's a patience thing, and there's just some confusion on how things are going right now, because people are creatures of habit sometimes. So, communication with you, communication with us, and do a better job than GFL, that's a winner. Because I know you pretty much have these issues with all the different communities, because I've been reading articles and stuff and all the other ones.
Yeah, nothing's isolated to one, and we're not going to fix one to hurt all the others, or there's, it's a very tough position for us to be in. And what we're trying to do is just do it the right way. And again, communication is a key to it. Knowing that you can reach out or others can reach out to me, we'll get it right, I promise.
And if you get it down to a 3-minute wait, is that what it was? Is that what
Our
your
goal is to be on and off the phone in 3 minutes. That's what we
Okay.
had before.
Yep, because I was testing it out a little bit. I was around 15 to 18 minutes, and I think a lot of people probably were more than that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
good luck here in St. Clair Shores, and just keep us in the loop.
Ms. Burgess?
I actually want to commend you. I mean, to be thrown into this and, 73 communities to be added on. And I know there's been I've gotten a lot of phone calls, I've gotten a lot of emails, and people are very understanding. And not everybody, but a lot of people are understanding. And I think that you need to be commended, and that you are taking the steps to make sure that we're going to be prioritized. And I just want to reiterate what Councilman Rubello said about communication. If you let the city manager and the council know if something is a problem, we can pass that along very instantly to the people that are contacting us to let them know. I know that the wait time is, a long time on the phone, but some of the good things that I've heard about what you're bringing up, 7 cameras on each truck. That's amazing. I had quite a few, I live on a main street, and I had quite a few problems with trash cans being put in my driveway, and I couldn't even get into my driveway on a main street. And to know that at any given time, we were talking today about how your communication system is in your office, and it's almost like a game system for your employees. And 7 cameras on the truck, to be able at an instant to know if a house was missed or if something was not done properly, that you can address that immediately. And I'm really excited about that. I know that you have GPS and you're working with AI, so that's exciting too. So I know that there's a lot of changes, and I know you're probably very frustrated because you want to give us the best customer service possible. And when that's not happening because your trucks aren't working properly, and I did hear that you lost employees immediately on day one, and there was problems because this was so sudden that some of the previous staffing with GFL were doing things that just weren't right either and causing problems. So customers were upset going in before you even had your first day. So I do commend that you're working at this, trying to get it done, not promising miracles, but that this will be a smooth transition. We're going to come to it, and it will all be in the rearview mirror.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. First, Dustin, how much do we pay the contractor annually for garbage pickup?
I can get that information. I don't have it right on top of my
How
head.
about estimated?
2.7.
2
2 million.
2 million?
2.7.
Okay. So, I mean, we're paying you guys a lot of money. You're, I think, biggest contractor. And we're not the ones who decide to take on 1.8 million touches a week. You know what I mean? But I'm the one getting the phone calls. I'm the one getting tagged in every Facebook message for lack of garbage pickup. But not just that, worse. People who follow the flyer, the congratulations, priorities now your servicer flyer that was posted, and they call the hotline or they go on the online chat function, and they do wait a long time. I had 2 emails today from different people that they waited a good decent period of time, both for, I think, some brush pickup, and they were disconnected a few times, so they had to start over. I'm not sure if the issue was just, I don't know how you could be unprepared to take on 1.8 million touches a week and be surprised that an existing customer service queuing technology can't handle the amount of calls that are coming in. Because it just seems like you would know there'd be a lot more because it's 73 new communities, right? How many, on average, how many representatives do you have answering the phones for customer service now? And how many did you have pre-July 1st when you took over?
Pre-July 1st, we had ballpark of 30 to 40, and now we have more than double of that, so 60 to 70. Obviously, staffing is our primary focus to get the phones, but if the phones worked, I don't think we would have an issue answering the phone. It's right now the system getting them routed to us, which we're taking those proactive steps now that we've identified the core root of the problem. So now we're getting it. When we first found the issue and made corrections on the current system, we saw 100% increase on answer percentages. Again, they were not great, so going from where we were to where it was from that Monday to Wednesday was, hey, let's all toot and rot our horn. And Todd looked at us and said, that's not even close to what we need to get to, though. So we understand, and I'm more than sympathetic. I feel terrible for the ones that are spending their evenings, mornings, lunch breaks, whatever, to call us and they can't get through. And that's why we immediately re-engaged with the new phone system and immediately started taking action to change it over. We had, like I mentioned before, 340,000 homes we service every week. Then we didn't have hold times longer than 3 minutes. We had an average hold time of less than a minute. People were getting to us and getting through. So it was the previous lack of service that people were frustrated with the weeks leading up, the enormous increase in volume of material that we were dealing with on that first week, bleeding into the second week because it was also a holiday week. We all have friends and family coming over for that. So we were fighting an uphill battle on day one, not even talking about the equipment, not even talking about the phone systems. I mean, we were all dealing with, again, a handoff that was done unprofessionally. But again, I'm not trying to, at this point, we're entering our third week and we need to be better. And that's what I'm here to illustrate, is that we're going to be better.
I hope so, because it's resulted in a whole lot more work for all of us up here. And Matt, who I'm the one who has been getting a lot of these complaints, and I was sending them to the email address that was provided, the SES, whatever email address. Days go by, zero response. Finally, I reach out to Matt. I say, hey, Matt, have you gotten any response? I can't even answer an email. Mm-hmm. And that's frustrating because I was following the guidelines that were given to us for communication. Have the resident call the hotline, have the resident do the chat. Well, that's not working. We never heard about the issue that, well, there's reasons it wasn't working till tonight. 3 weeks, haven't heard that, or 2 weeks, but that's okay. I guess following, here's your special SCS email address, use that. Okay, I'll use that, I'll send this. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The residents think I'm not doing my job. Mm-hmm. And I don't like that, because I am, to the best of my ability that I can. When it was GFL, I was able to email Don Beretta immediately with the issue, and he would get, I was told, no, don't email a human being, go through the hotline, go through the email, go through the chat, go through this, go so it gets routed. And I was getting zero response. Mm-hmm. And that's frustrating when I'm telling the residents, you're not getting a response. They think they go to a council member to help, because we're the ones who contract with you for $2.7 million a year, and I can't get a response. And the residents are thinking, well, if the council can't get a response, if the assistant city manager can't get a response, how can I get a response? And it's very frustrating, so hopefully there are improvements, because this has just been a nightmare. And yes, prior to when GFL was in the process of moving out, let's say, we were getting a lot of issues too from their last couple of weeks of service. I was in the hospital on June 20th having surgery, and I woke up out of anesthesia with my phone full of trash complaints from residents that I had to deal with. So no, I know that firsthand, but I want, just like what Councilman Rubello and Councilwoman Burgess said, I want a human being to contact, rather than going through a generic email, then going through a hotline, going through a chat line, doing all this. If a resident sends me a complaint, I want to be able, just like I had the relationship with GFL, to forward it to a human being who I know will receive and respond. And I think for 2.7 million or whatever it is a year, I think that's a reasonable request. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vitale.
Yeah, hi, I'm going to tag on to a couple things, a couple points I think that Councilwoman Rusi said. First of all, I suppose I have some level of sympathy, but on the other hand, we didn't decide to take over 74 community trash contracts. I mean, if that ended up biting off more than you could chew, that's really on you. It doesn't do us any good. Second thing is human contact, email. I need that too. We're a part-time council. All of us have full-time jobs that we have to do. I can't break away at work and say, hold on, boss, I got to go to a chat room here and anything like that. I need to be able to send an email on the sly and then go back to my job and then hope that on another spare moment I can see a follow-up email. And speaking of emails, I did get an email from a resident on the 3rd of July, which, gosh, you guys should have took over maybe on the 15th or something, not right in front of a holiday weekend. So I got an email from a resident on the 3rd of July saying that one block of half the street wasn't collected. So I probably did something similar to what Councilwoman Rusi did. I sent the email out, never got any kind of response, and that hoped that maybe the problem had been taken care of. And the resident got back to me, and at this point I knew nobody was touching that garbage till at least after the 4th of July. So we had to have a half a block of a half a street where everyone had garbage out in front of their house for their 4th of July parties and things like that. And you can imagine the smell and everything like that. And I pulled the rest of the council here and I said, something like this happens again. I suggest we just pay DPW overtime, have them go collect it, and we'll just take that off of what we pay this new company every month. So that was well received. So I guess I should say that's on the table. And we talked to city attorney about it too. So that's as much as I'm going to beat you up. But I will also say this. I mean, your collectors do have my sympathy. The way that I see people put trash out, in my opinion, is atrocious. And it really, like a lack of respect for the guys that do the job. My goal is to have the guy roll up. He does a couple throws of either a bag or a can, and he's out of there. I see people that do trash, and they'll put little bits of broken wood and chunks of drywall or something like that, and just throw it on the ground and think the guy is supposed to go there and root through all this stuff like a caveman or something, and that absolutely upsets me. So you've got my sympathy there, and I'll be more than happy to issue tickets to those people. And if you've got the camera system, then let's make it happen. So you do have my sympathy on that. One other thing I want to say is, my understanding is that one of your methodology for collection is a little different than what we're accustomed to. You have some automated trucks, and it seems to be, and I observed this personally, that the automated arm truck goes down the street, grabs the cans, grabs anything that's a can, picks it up, tosses it, and then bags are done in a second run. They run through the street a second time. Is that correct?
Yeah, they'll do an automated arm for the carted waste and a second rear load truck for bags in bulk. So the larger items that do damage when they go into the automated truck.
Okay. So I'm not going to argue with your methodology if that's what you find to be more efficient or anything like that, but I'm going to say that's quite an opportunity to create confusion among the residents because they're not aware of that. We don't have any kind of heads up to put something in a newsletter or anything or on the website. So they see that automated truck come down the street and they got bags, they get skipped, and then they're like, well, what happened? They didn't pick up mine. And on the particular street that I'm aware of, we probably had like, cart, bag, cart. So the one guy gets skipped and I see him start pulling his trash in, and I had to run across. I said, no, leave your trash out. Of course, I'm crossing my fingers that what I've heard is correct. So if we need to get that out there and officially communicate it to us so that we can officially communicate it out to the residents that just because your trash doesn't get picked up on a first go around, there may be a second go around I don't know, half an hour later or 4 hours later? Any idea how quickly they follow up?
No, I mean, there's no way for me to tell you because every situation is different from where the bulk truck is running to where the automated truck is at the moment. So it could be, this would be unrealistic, but they could be, right behind one another, but that doesn't happen. They start usually in different spots and they'll cross paths, but that's it. So you're going to see a lag time between the two of them. And again, as we get into incorporating the technology, the GPS, the cameras, everything that we do on the backside, what we do on the front side will be changed. So common saying, you have a collection day, not a collection time. So get the stuff out at 7 a.m. or earlier. 6 p.m. the night before is always a good practice. That way it follows the city ordinance. You can have it out. It's not sitting as an issue on ordinance, but then it's out there and set for the next day. And then when we come through, it'll be set and available for us to pick up.
Okay, well, if you could, I am definitely one of the people who'd like to get your card. There's a couple other things I'd like to talk about, how we collect paint in the city, and I had some ideas I have maybe that would improve that. I'm talking about like excess latex and things like that. And yeah, just I would like to have your contact info. Maybe we can work together even on some. I think it's unfair that your guys get burdened with a landlord cleanout. And they fill in the entire curb with trash, and you're running a business, you pay for a dumpster. But on the other hand, I don't want to make it so residents can't use a bulk collection either. So let's communicate on that.
Mr. Karen.
Thank you. A few things in the contract, just want to make sure we got taken care of. Have we gotten your certificate of insurance?
I believe we sent that through the 28th of June.
Mr. Lem will have to check, Mr. Karen.
Okay. And then same thing with performance bond?
Correct. They all came in at the same time.
Okay. And in terms of, it's part of the contract, you're required to provide us with, or provide our residents with recycle carts when they request them to our design. Did you inherit a supply from GFL?
I'm glad you brought that up. So GFL was supposed to provide us with inventory of all of the community's carts. That did not happen in the transfer, so we had to place an order around the first or second week of June. Those carts that we had to order for inventory are starting to arrive now. It takes 4 to 6 weeks for them to land. So we did have some communities, but St. Clair Shores was not one of them. So any of
That
those.
was with our color and
Your
design?
color and your design, correct.
Okay.
So as they land, there's also probably a history of carts that were ordered by residents through GFL that were not fulfilled, paid for and free. We have that list. We are aware of that list. If a resident, they can call us, they can email us through our website, they can send the automated chat. It does come through. So when you do get the automated chat, it does bleed through to our, what would be like receptionist type role, and then they disperse out. We would call them billing probably. So those carts for St. Clair Shores specific should be arriving within the next week to 3 weeks because it was a mass order that we had to place.
Okay. And do you recall roughly just how many back order requests there were?
There were a lot, but I don't have.
Can you just follow up and
Yeah,
just
I
let
can
us know the
follow up.
number?
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, you did take over responsibility for emptying all the city dumpster locations, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you going to be changing any of those out, or is that leaving them as painted as GFL until some later date?
We will put stickers on them for the first part to identify that it's a priority dumpster at the time. We will be doing any normal maintenance that would be required, swapping out because there's a failure in the bottom, failure in the lid, painting if they're in good shape. But that's a long process, just like with the trucks, of getting all of them repainted and plastered with our logos. It's not an overnight because they obviously run every day.
Okay.
So it'll be a process, but yes.
And your folks know that when they put the dumpsters back, they're in an enclosure, make sure the enclosure is shut, the fence shut, if they're in any of those locations?
Correct. That's a normal, pretty standard practice of the industry.
Okay. Because I've seen priority before, where you've had priority, because the yellow dumpsters stick out. And I've seen plenty of times where they've been at businesses and the gates haven't been shut and enclosed after they were picked up. So, and in all fairness, GFL was doing the same thing. Waste Management does the same thing. It's just something you got to be very diligent on with your drivers.
Yep.
And this is probably something more for administration follow-up. There is a clause in the contract that I don't know if we ever executed between Rizzo, GFL, But we did have a requirement, if we got over a certain percent of households that were using carts, that there would be a cost adjustment. So if we've got, somewhere between 10 to 40% of homes, which is roughly 2,300 homes and 9,000 homes using carts, that was a 2% cost reduction. If it went over 40%, that'd be over 9,000 homes, it'd be a 4% cost reduction. So I think that's something for administration to follow up on. I believe Brian has an inventory of who's ordered carts over all those years and probably should have a number to follow up on that one. On top of all the concerns my colleagues had, I'm a little more concerned of looking at your company in terms of, there's only so much efficiency you're going to get in terms of a route around the city. I think in terms of where you end up losing the most time is that when the truck fills up and it's got to go get emptied, how far does it have to go? How long do they have to wait to dump before they can return? So what transfer station is the St. Clair Shores trucks being sent to?
I believe it's the SMDA transfer? No,
No, I think, aren't you going straight to Pine Tree Acres?
we might be.
You're not coming here.
Yeah, okay.
We don't have capacity.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah,
Right.
operationally, I don't know all of the intricacies. I just knew,
Okay.
I know where the compost is going to Indian Summer up in Casco. I know that the recycling is going over to Arisac in Southfield. The trash was the only one I wasn't sure about.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Karen, I think it's Pine Tree Acres, which is that.
Okay.
that
And I think the
Atlantic
biggest
South
issue with the mix is the mixed waste, because
Yeah.
that's the most likely one to fill up in the middle of a route.
Yep.
And have to go get emptied. So, so I even think with our experience with SMDA, that's quite a wait. Well, one's a decent amount of distance, 31 mile, 94. How much time are they waiting up there, or you may need to follow up on that?
We have a really good relationship with WM. We're one of the largest bringers to their landfill. We own J-Fonds in Detroit and Wolverine and Hamtramck and other transfer stations in the Flint market. And because we bring so much material to them, they work with us on expediting our trucks in and out much faster than a smaller provider would.
Okay. So I guess,
Just to, I would just a little bit, I think you have your own tipper, which adds,
Yes.
instead of waiting in line, they have their own
Got
tipper
it.
to go right to, and then they can dump, so they get some in and out compared to how, you know how it goes.
right, okay. So I guess I'd ask you to look at because that was my main concern of if you're adding these 74 communities, all these other trucks, but you had limited areas where you could take it to. And I even think that was what GFL in the end was running into problems with, is that they were operating a transfer station in Warren. They lost that contract in October. They were having to take it farther. That started their problems, right? And that, just the longer you have to take it away, the longer you have to wait and come back, the longer the route would be. I live on the same street as Mr. Rebel. The garbage at my side of the street wasn't picked up till 6 o'clock tonight. So obviously a different type of a route, but I think that's a good example of, you have one truck that's out there 7:30 in the morning, but in order to empty, come back, they're still finishing up at 6 o'clock at night. So I think that's definitely logistically where you guys could really improve. Because you've got to understand what capacity is where. And I know in terms of transfer stations, as we know in terms of the one we operate SMDA, there's a limit to what we can take. We get 700 tons a day. Our employees are moving all day in order to do that. So there's a limit to just what they can do and what type of turnaround they can get. And when you get that volume, it's just a long wait time, longer for those employees to get back. So I'd ask you to look into that. And then also just a little personal experience from the night. I hadn't been home the last couple of Mondays, so I hadn't seen the operators come through. But you're still going to have these cases. I was standing out front when the yard waste came by and I had one can out there. Watched the guy empty the round can into it, and then literally threw it back in the street towards my curb sideways while I'm standing right there. So I think you're always going to have that problem in terms of working with your operators. GFL always had that problem. You've got to be diligent on the training.
Yep.
Because I know when the garbage truck came by, those guys were fine. They emptied bins, put them right back, and that. So just be diligent on the employees and kind of make sure we're still getting the level of service that we expect.
Yeah, old habits die hard, and with the cameras, as we get them instituted in all the trucks, we'll be able to transparently show when we make a mistake and fix it. I mean, a lot of it is he said, she said type of scenarios, and of course, our employees are gonna back themselves up to protect them. And what the cameras do is it doesn't allow for interpretation or, however you want to sell it. It's black and white. Did it happen? Did it not? And what we have seen in the communities that we took over organically with the cameras instituted, we can identify root causes, and they know that the cameras are not on there to get them in trouble. They're usually on there to keep them safe. And when we get sideswiped on 94 going up just around the curve because somebody's texting and driving where that driver could have potentially lost his job, and this is a real case, the camera saved him from getting potentially fired as a point system for accidents. So the cameras are great for our employees. They do appreciate them, but at the same time, it holds them accountable. And as they roll out, they realize that they're on there. They tend to act a little bit differently because they know that there's that capability, holding them accountable, fixing corrections, and again, keeping them safe, again.
So on that point, we talked about it. How many employees that you're trying to ramp up in terms of the call center? How many people are actually monitoring the routes? Through the live
It's
monitoring?
everybody at this point. We're all hands on deck.
Well, when you get to a steady state, in terms of, or maybe even think of, you've had, for example, you've had this in place in East Point for 6 months or something, right?
A year and a half.
Year and a half, okay. So you've had it in place in East Point, right? So as one truck's on the road, is it, is that one person watching like 3 different routes going on, or is it one route? Like, what's the span of what they're looking for?
It's usually based off of density. So if you have multiple communities surrounding one another, in a normal circumstance, you could have a territory managing watching 3 to 4 to 5 communities because of the GPS tracker. They can see where all of the trucks are as they're running. Obviously, today, we don't have the GPS trackers, so it's much more manual. So we have probably 4 or 5 in just this area for, the surrounding communities that we took over. The ones that we have organically transitioned prior to are running more or less smoothly. They don't need as much care or babysitting, if you want to put it that way. So we've been able to pull some leadership to assist as these communities, yours and others in this market, need that extra set of eyes on them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Lent, we had a comment, then I'll go to Mr. Frederick.
Yep, just a few things to piggyback Councilman Karen in regards to the trash cans. Our last few weeks with GFL, we ended up having a lot of trash cans come up missing. As they were just throwing the bins and everything into the trash cans. We had a lot of camera systems from next in the door and ring doorbell. Because you guys didn't have trash cans and because of the lack of communications that first week, we just started sending our DPW out and replacing them with the cans we have in. So that will be something that we will need to have a conversation. I know Matt's already started those conversations, but we need to make sure that we're reimbursed for those trash cans that we've been providing that have showed up missing.
Mr. Frederick?
My comments are about mostly from how the resident perceives and how they're affected. So one of the biggest things, one of the calls that I know I get, you guys get, is where does the can go? When a resident puts it out, they may make a mistake and put it in the street. We want them on the curb because our streets are not wide enough for the new vehicles to go side. Everybody's got to stop now and let the other person go. And if it's trash day, it's even crazier, right? And then you get somebody hitting them. So what we're trying to do is get everything on the curb. So I'm hoping that the camera system, which I'm excited for you to be able to analyze what's happening with your folks and probably use that as training videos, whatever. So tell me now, we're putting them on the curb. Is that correct?
That's the direction for every one of the cans that we service. Again, it's not perfect. Human error is human error. People forget, but as we hear and see and experience, we'll continue to train. Like, again, you let me know if something happened or anybody in the city lets me know that something happened. I'll share it immediately, and that's a safety topic or a topic of discussion for the crew servicing St. Clair Shores. I'm not gonna, as I said before, I'm not gonna promise you that it's gonna be perfect because people do make mistakes. Sure. There's still a human element to this. I know on my street, neighbors put their can in the street for a reason. So they put it in there because they don't want their grass to die. And when the guy is servicing, now it's a gray area. Does he put it back on the curb because that's where he's supposed to put it? Or are we gonna get yelled at for putting it on the curb because that's the preference of the resident? Again, our stance is put it on the curb, but there's also gray areas in between that we deal with on a day-to-day basis.
Totally get that. On the covers for the cans, not only that are free for the recycling, but even for garbage, a lot of times the cover will be missing, or it'll come off, or whatever. We were replacing those at DPW, I believe. You could go over there and get a new cover. Are we still gonna do that?
I don't want to answer for DPW.
Yeah, so in the past, with GFL, anytime a can was damaged during the route or during the process, because when they flip them up and do all that kind of stuff, we would contact GFL, and they would either, it depends on how bad the damage was, but if they just had normal wear and tear and the resident needed to get a replacement parts, we had all the replacement parts at DPW. As well as if a resident needs a new can, DPW is actually where they will purchase their new cans. We actually give them at cost rather than having a markup. So anytime anybody needs an additional can or wants 2 cans or their family's growing and they want more, they're able to purchase those to the DPW. The only time we will reach out actually to Priority and or we used to reach out to GFL was if something was broken during the process and or something showed up missing or we had some kind of an issue. Priority will do the same contract, and they will replace anything that is damaged and or issued, anything that is new or needs to be replaced. That will be through our DPW.
So all residents, even somebody who moves here and doesn't have a can, would go to DPW to purchase, or, now are we delivering some of those, or?
Our DPW delivers anything that's ordered
Okay.
through them.
Okay.
Any replacement parts, typically they come to the station and they get the replacement parts.
All
Because
right.
it's usually something smaller they can fit in their car.
So if somebody needs a free recycle bin, they can order it through DPW and then pick it up or get it delivered.
That's
Free
correct.
one, too. Free
Recycling coming from.
Yes, recycle.
Coming from them,
Yes.
are you guys dropping them off then?
Yes,
or-
we do
Yes.
the,
But they're on order.
They're on order, but are they going to come through our DPW, or are they?
No.
No.
You just
We
bring
only
it
do
to
trash.
You'll
We
bring it to
deliver.
the house?
Yep.
Okay, all right, perfect. Well, that's really all I have. I give you a lot of credit. This is a giant bite at the apple here, and, if you're successful, you guys should, you'll probably expand even more, but, I'm asking for patience from everybody as we get through this transition too, so, good luck.
thank you.
And I would like your card as well.
I was going to say that. So just to highlight, Stan, you'll get with Matt. I know you've been working kind of with Matt. So if you get that information to Matt, then Matt, you will get that out to the council regarding names, et cetera. Dustin, you'll follow up regarding the container and the level of participation as part of the contract. Dan, thank you for coming. It has so far been a tough transition here in the city. We expect better, and you're going to deliver better for us, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Item 3 is audience participation on agenda items, 2 minutes to speak. Abby, do we have any?
Yes, we have one from a W. Gardner, but they did not state an agenda item.
Okay. Mr. Gardner, you have agenda item?
Oh, I'm not Mr. Gar, I didn't know I had to sign up, but I would like to speak.
Well, you can speak under audience participation.
Yep.
Okay, if it's only regarding agenda items that you get before the agenda comes, the item comes before us. If not, it'll be all under the audience participation, and we'll call on you, and you'll get 5 minutes at that point in time. Alrighty, thank you. So there isn't any audience participation. Item 4, request from Angie's Toy Chest to be recognized as a nonprofit organization to obtain a charitable gaming license. Who's here? Yes, ma'am? Yeah, come on up. I know you need a local body, the local governing body, which is us, a resolution so that you can have a charitable license. Good evening.
Good evening, I am standing, by the way.
Okay,
I feel your pain.
Usually tell me to stand up.
all right, just talk right into that mic.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Angie DeLeo Morelli. I have been Angie's Toy Chest for 31 years.
Fantastic.
It's in association with the United States Marine Corps Toys for Tots program. And we, last year, got a liquor license, gambling license. And this year, they said we had to come in front of you. So I did take a 5-year hiatus after 25 years of being Angie's Toy Chest. Even the Marines get out after 25 years. But then my late husband was Santa, and I just didn't do it for 5 years.
Okay.
Okay, but we brought it back last year because the Marines asked me to bring it back. And this is where I'm at. I would like to thank you for your expedient service that you've shown us, and that the personnel in your office, and Abby, you're wonderful.
I'm glad to hear that. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. We don't always get that, to tell you the truth. So we're glad to hear it. So you need that resolution. We're familiar with not only your organization, but how we have to do this. But questions, Ms. Rusi?
You have an upcoming fundraiser. Could you talk a little bit about
10
that?
days. We have Christmas in July, and it's the second annual Christmas in July, and it is in a St. Clair Shores establishment. It's at the Jefferson Yacht Club. And it's $50 and a new unwrapped toy for a tot. And we have entertainment and food and raffles, and if we get our license.
Okay. And anyone watching at home or in the audience, if they're interested, www.angiestoychest.org,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, it
We
sounds
would
like,
really like them to get tickets that way so that, we have a count on food. We think you can get it at the door that day, and it is an outside venue, so pray for good weather. So,
well, 10 days away, it sounds like you need this ASAP. I will move to approve.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Rusi, supported by Councilman Frederick. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed. Thank you. Appreciate it.
so what happens now?
Well, you got the resolution, so now I think you have to take that resolution back to the state, and then they can issue it. I mean, I don't know all the procedures, but I believe that's it. Once you get this resolution, you'll get it, right? We'll go back to Abby. Abby, you can
Yes, I'll email it to you tomorrow.
There you go, and then you send that on to the state, and hopefully it all goes well, but you're dealing with the state.
Okay. Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you so much.
We're glad to help you. You take care. Thank you for everything you do.
Good luck.
Item 5 will come back, that's the Alexander dredging, that'll come back at the 8/19 meeting. Item 6, request for site plan approval for exterior renovations for the new restaurant at 24409 Jefferson, Johnny Black's Lake House. Who's here? Yes, ma'am, come on up. Very good, how are you?
Great, thank you. I'm here on behalf of Denny Bozanovsky. He was not able to be here, but I believe he informed the city planner.
Yeah, okay. Pull that mic up if you don't mind. And so tell us a little bit about what you're doing over there at the new Johnny Black's Lake House.
Sure. They have a Johnny Black's Lake House in Lake Orion downtown, so they're gonna mock that. And we have applied for the liquor license through the MLCC. The conditional license is approved, and we're waiting on the city. We submitted applications for that. But in the meantime, full renovations, no changes though. So the site will be used in the same manner as with the patio remaining the same, paint and just more curb appeal, I guess. But no major structural changes or anything.
Anything else, Liz?
So they're just going for exterior renovations. What I had originally thought they were gonna do was replace the siding that was there. Turns out they're gonna be using an ephes material instead. When they were before the planning commission, they agreed to put up the wall, within a reasonable period of time. We're giving them at least 24 months to do that. They're gonna repair the parking lot, they're gonna repair the dumpster enclosure. If they put in the nautical lights, or if they put in parking lot lights, it will be the nautical theme. I think that's everything. I think that the rendering that you received had a bunch of words on the north side of the building. They indicated to us that that is not what they want to do. They do probably want a mural at some point, but that is not part of this approval tonight.
And you told them they'll have to end up going to sign art probably.
Correct, yeah.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Yeah, actually, Liz, that was one of my questions I had about the printing on the walls, so thank you for clarifying that. And I did have a question on the outdoor seating, but it looks like you're going to continue with that patio area and that same space there, so that is good to see. And then, Liz, kind of the question, there are a couple of variances that go along with the property, so those do remain in place even with change of ownership, correct?
That's correct. They run with the land.
Okay. And then in the planning minutes, there was a request for a no right turn sign to potentially be added, but that's a police function that will come later, at a later date then. Is that correct? Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Ravello.
So Liz, this went all through the planning commission. It was it was unanimous as far as, I mean, these guys do, I know who you guys are. You guys do an incredible job. You got all kinds of restaurants and stuff. Everyone seems to love what you do. So to me, it'll be
Yes.
great seeing them. What an enhancement to the nautical mile, for sure. So all the paperwork checks out, looks like. Can you tell me a little bit about your Elvis sandwich? You have that on the menu?
I'm not aware of it.
Oh, there is one, okay. Yeah, your other location's got one, so. Bearing everything checks out, all the paperwork's fine, unanimous by the planning commission. I will move to approve planning case PPC 24007, request for site plan approval 24409. This is a rather long one, Mayor. You want me to read all the way through?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Incorporate everything in the memo.
That is moved by Mr.
Okay,
Bell.
Abby, you got that. All right.
Supported by Mr. Karen. Still two more questions. Mr. Vitale.
Yeah, you have a location in Sterling Heights too, correct?
Yeah,
That building, when that building was built, is a big boy.
Yep.
Can you slide over by the mic, please?
Was my first job when I was 13.
Really?
So I have a connection to Johnny Black's.
That was their third location, so.
Yeah.
A lot since then.
One thing I'm going to mention, you're compliant, everything here. I think this was it planning where they changed from the siding to the ephes? You know, I wish somebody would have brought this up in planning, but I got to tell you, we have these things here called fish flies. And ephes is a textured surface, simulates stucco. It's very hard to keep clean. You guys are going to have to keep a pressure washer busy
Yeah.
if you want that place to look like people want to eat there.
Right.
So I will tell you, you might want to consider something that cleans easier, that'll clean with a garden hose instead of a pressure washer.
Okay.
For something that's fronting waterfront, spiders and everything, multiplied by 10, which you're getting anywhere else. So I might keep something in mind that'll hose off easy.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay.
Mr. Frederick.
Thanks, Mayor. So I stopped in and talked to Denny the other day, and you guys did make it pretty. It looks very nice inside, and I apologize for him, that you guys had to come back and do this again just for this ephes stuff. But, you know, we have rules, and, you know, sometimes it's important for us to do this. One of the things that you guys did do inside, which I think was a huge safety feature, was when you walk in the door, and I think everybody will remember here, there was like a step, a big step down. A lot of people would, you know, now it's nice and smooth. It's a runway, so to speak. So thank you for doing that. We look forward to seeing the menu and cutting a ribbon over there. So
Yeah.
even
Hopefully
if,
sooner than later.
I hope so, even if there isn't an Elvis sandwich, but somehow I think there might be, so.
There'll be no more fish fly sandwiches because of Chris.
Will not be a fish fly.
Moved by Mr. Rebel, supported by Mr. Karen to approve site plan approval for 24409 Jefferson. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0. Thank
All
you.
set.
Have a good evening.
Former Travis Landing.
Item 7 is request for site plan approval exterior renovations in 24200 Harper Avenue. John Vitale. It's long overdue, the old Pizza Hut. Geez, great to see this be
Good evening.
redone. Good evening, John.
Yeah. John Vitale, Stuckey and Vitale Architects. I'm here to present and represent a developer that has a new tenant for the old Pizza Hut on Harper. And what we're proposing is to remove the entire roof of the existing building and rebuild it with a new material, new facade. Kind of creating more of a more upscale look, you know, getting rid of that Pizza Hut form is what we're trying to do. We're also proposing patio in front of the building right on Harper. And, you know, we are excited to see this tenant. It's a national tenant. Unfortunately, I can't reveal the exact tenant, but Mexican-style restaurant, probably, from what I understand. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on
Fantastic. Mr. Frederick.
Thanks, Mayor. So, John, I noticed in some of the minutes, and then I drove over there today to take a look at where the patio's gonna go, and it looks like it's far enough back from even the sidewalk. I know planning had some concerns about how far out that was, and, you know, traffic on Harper, so, I mean, to me, it seems okay, and then I know, I'm hoping that you guys are gonna clean up the parking lot a little
Yes.
bit. And of-
Yes,
And of course,
exactly.
the landscaping and all that, because
That
it's
is
been-
correct. We'll be, updating the landscaping, cleaning up the parking lot, exactly.
All right, perfect. And then the patio's going to have an access door from the inside to the patio?
That's correct.
Awesome. And that's kind of where the window is now, I think, based on.
Right, there's a window in front, but part of that window system will include a new door.
All right, this is great. Excited about it. I'd make a motion to approve.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Frederick, supported by Ms. Rusi. Ms. Rusi, question?
Time frame for opening. I know there's a lot of moving pieces, but what is the hopeful target?
Understanding is that they're going to probably start construction, you know, after everything's finalized, and be complete by spring.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Vitale.
Mr. Vitale, no relation. First of all, I'm glad to see that the old Pizza Hut is going to have new life breathed into it. Real excited about that. Although, if you're an architecture buff, I imagine, I don't know if you're aware, there's a website that's called usetobeapizzahut.com. Because the roof lines are so distinctive and no one ever has the money to take down the roof line.
Right.
So it's good to see that ours probably won't be on that blog anytime soon. So good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Rebello.
Always looked like Noah's Ark that's what it reminded me of. But, John, I think I always ask sort of this question. The lights of the building, they won't, just keep in mind the people that live behind you on the streets behind you.
Yeah. And
because sometimes we get these calls, and if you can
We'll make
shade
sure
them down.
that we have, we can test the photometrics, make sure we have 0-foot candles at the property line.
Mr. Vitale?
I did forget a point. I just wanted to mention this to the residents too. If everybody remembers, it was about 2 years ago, we turned down a rezone for a car wash.
Oh.
On that site.
We did.
Took some heat for it, but I think in the end, we made the right decision.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah.
This is a home run. Moved by Mr. Fredericks, supported by Ms. Rusi to approve the planning case for 24009 for the exterior renovations. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Mr. Vitale, thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you.
7-0. Item 8 is request for site plan approval for a 10,800 square foot addition to the existing dry dock storage at 24600 Jefferson. That would be Colony Marine. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. My name's Chad Metler. I'm with FED Design Builders.
Hello, Chad.
What we're proposing to do is a 10,800 square foot building addition to the existing building here that you see to the left. The building will be utilized for indoor parking for Mike's Restaurant during the summer months, and then boat storage in the winter months. So just a simple building addition. All the materials will be, it'll be similar to what is already there. It'll be a pre-engineered metal building.
You're just extending everything.
Correct.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. That's interesting, because that was one of my main concerns, was how much parking was that taking away from Mike's and what the agreement was. So in terms of that information, that even during the summer when it's not dry dock storage in the winter, it's going to be parking. So what's the entryways for cars to go in and out, and the plan that people are aware of that when the rest of the parking's overflowed?
We'll do building signage to direct people in and out. But it'll be, you see on the end here, it'll be a sliding door that will be opened in the mornings and closed in the evenings.
Okay, so with, how many spaces are gonna be in there?
I don't have a full count.
So I guess, is he losing any spaces that he currently
No.
has?
No.
Count is staying the same?
Gonna gain.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Rebello?
Moved and went through everything you're supposed to go through, all the paperwork. I mean, you guys are all-stars in the community, that's for sure, Colony Marine. And I'm glad to see there's there's room for expansion for you guys, and, you know, you doing a little bit bigger business for these types of things.
Yep.
So action on the nautical mile. So I will make a motion to approve your planning case PPC 24010, request for site plan approval for a 10,800 square foot addition to the existing dry dock storage. I can
Support.
go the rest of the way with, okay. We're getting some long ones there like that.
Moved by Mr. Rebello, supported by Mr. Kieran. Mr. Frederick?
Couple of quick questions. First off, there's signage there right now that says parking for Mike's, so obviously Mike's is using some of the parking inside currently, so I mean, and it's pretty easy to see, you can drive in, drive out, whatever, so that should just work better. The other thing I noticed, there's a fire hydrant that this is now gonna be in front of.
Correct.
Which has a gate in front of it. Liz, go ahead.
So we emailed the plan over to the water department, and they indicated to us that there is a 1929 or 1939 water main that's private, that is basically proposed to be underneath where the building would go. However, they could reroute, and with the hydrant that you saw, there's another hydrant on the
On the north side.
North
Down by
side.
Mike's, yeah.
Yeah, that basically you can connect those two and then abandon the one that would be underneath the building.
Okay,
and Be
okay.
just fine.
Yeah, because I know, I think we put Mike's on the water through a little bit of a ordeal for him. He had to run a pipe, I want to say it was from Jefferson almost, to put that fire hydrant in. So, all right, well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you guys are talking about it and you're thinking about it, so.
Yep.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, just wanted to add one.
Mr. Rebello?
I just wanted to add one thing. This, again, was another thing unanimously approved by the planning commission at an earlier day, so they busy too, those folks over there.
Yep.
So.
Moved by Mr. Rebello, supported by Mr. Kieran to approve the site plan approval for the 10,800 square foot addition at 24,600 Colony Marine. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 9 is request for site plan approval, for exterior cooler at 21601 Harper East Side Bagel, represented by Jeff McMahon of East Side Bagel. Good evening, how are you?
Good evening, how are you?
Very good. How long you been there now?
Just glad I'm not following the garbage guy. Been very fortunate and very blessed to be there for 4 years now.
4 years, wow, that went fast.
It went fast.
Yes, sir.
Very fast. I was very fortunate, the previous owners built a really nice business, and all we had to do was come in and not screw it up. So.
And I would just say you certainly have done that.
And I've left that to my kids, so yeah, they're
great.
doing well. But my name is Jeff McMahon. I'm here tonight to seek final approval from you folks for placing a cooler in the alley between the two buildings that are on our land. If any of you have ever had the opportunity, and I know Councilman Rebello and Councilman Frederick have been able to come in and actually see the inside of our kitchen. Since we purchased, again, we've been very blessed. We've expanded the business quite a bit, and we are completely out of space and are tripping over each other, especially on weekends when we're trying to take care of the citizens of St. Clair Shores and all the other areas. So with this, moving the cooler out into the alleyway outside, it'll give me an additional 144 square feet inside of our kitchen, which really doesn't seem like much, but when I tell you, it'll be priceless. It'll really help the efficiency of the business and taking care of customers. So.
Mr. Kieran?
Thank you. Yeah, and the alley on the side, it's not used for any other purpose, right? It's not like connecting any other traffic or anything like that, so, yeah, pretty straightforward. So, and I haven't seen the inside of the kitchen. I know, been in your bagel shop many times, live across the street, so awesome business. So, and to save Councilman Rebello from trying to read everything, I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Support. Well, thank you. Moved by Mr. Kieran, supported by Mr. Frederick. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, 7-0. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
McMahon. See you later.
Make the bagels.
Item 10 is Police and Fire Building and Financial Update. Dave, come on up.
Mr. Mayor
Good
and
evening.
council. David Gasson with Partners in Architecture, and we have a host of supporting cast here with us from Cunningham Limp as well as Partners in Architecture. Hopefully answer any questions you may have, but more to the point, we want to do a brief update of where we are right now in the process and go through some plans and then get to the budgeting cost of the project. You're going to scroll with me on this? Okay. So we're going to cover what we did last time we met was in March, went through schematic design. Since then, we've been working through the design development, completed that in June. And that process is generally going through and refining the plan, taking the concept and really developing it with the user group. So we had numerous meetings with fire and police to do that, doing product selections, material selections, and building system selections, evaluations as well. And then working alongside with Cunningham Limp, very closely looking at alternatives for budgeting purposes to value engineer the project. So we've successfully gone through that for both buildings and kind of moving into advancing the documents to final technical completion, looking to have that done in the middle of August. So to review some of the plans, I'm going to go through the police first. The site plan we'll cover. On the next slide. In general, what you've seen before is this. A few different variations that occurred is the south parking lot, which was for the Detectives Bureau, is intact. But the parking that was behind it, behind the house, has been removed. So you can see that the larger part of that green is now a green belt, basically. And there's been a little bit of addition, a masonry wall screening, visually screening the tower base. And you'll see that a little bit better in some of the elevations. But for the most part, everything else is what you have seen before. Next slide. The building footprint, this is the first floor. As I talked about before, the side to the west where the staff parking is the patrol of the staff entry side of the building. The right side towards Jefferson and the south side where the entry is that's more the public part of the building where you have the lobby, front desk, and records. In the middle swash of the building is the operational part of the building. That's kind of what we looked at before. It's color-coded there. If you have any questions, we can go through it. Overall, the building as we programmed it, as you may recall, the programming is determining the spaces and the sizes of them. We were at 23,123 square feet. As we finished the plan, we're at 23,211. So 88 square feet different from beginning to where we're going to complete the project. I'd call that super well done, I'd say. You know, that was really kind of tempered by budget. It was tempered with the needs and the working through with the user groups to keep it intact from where we started the building and programming. The second floor, same kind of thing. The left side is the support for patrol or officers. They're going to access that through a stair, which is on the northwest side, and that's their locker, their fitness area, and that's kind of what we looked at in March. Again, on the right side towards Jefferson, that's where the command and command areas are, as well as the lobby that might be used up to the training center. And the center part, again, is the operations where the Detectives Bureau is. Overall, from an efficiency standpoint, when we did the programming, we were targeting 24%, and that's within the range of norms. So 20 to 30% is the circulation efficiency. So in the end, we did a recap on that. We're at 13%. So we were super efficient in establishing flow for operations, but making it more usable space versus circulation space. So again, I'd say that's very well done. Some of the imaging, which you'll recall, here's the corner from 11 as it meets Jefferson. The idea was to, bring in some of the elements of the court, not copy it, but bring in the columns as strong, the way the building's grounded, give it some stature on the corner. That was kind of the goal of the imaging from this point. All the materials are what they were before, basically clay brick for the veneer. The centerpiece right behind the dog park is a cast stone element, so it gives it some prominence there. Go to the next. This is the elevation. It is a perspective, but it's really straight on for the Jefferson area. You can see the tower there off to the left, kind of shielded by the building itself. One thing I'll point out in the next elevation, you can see the canopy that says police. That's projected outward, and it's for a purpose, not one just to cover the entry, but to give it like a little bit of a placemaking, so someone going up and down Jefferson will see, that's my entry. Here's the parking lot, the south parking lot that's currently there. It's being reconstructed, so a lot of utilities going in and out of that. So to preserve it or replace it basically is what is being done there. But that's the image you're going to see coming north on Jefferson or from the parking lot. That's the entry. I mentioned that masonry wall. You can see right at the base of the tower, that gray pole coming down. So it's guarding some of the equipment. It's protecting it, securing it, but visually guarding view for the public that's going to be going into the building. This is Jefferson going east. This is the view that you'll see going towards it from 11 Mile. And we've downplayed the element of entry there. That is the staff entry where the blue canopy is. Certainly understated, and that was intentional, so it doesn't look like public would want to go there. A couple of the windows you see there in the top, the big part of the windows in the middle is fitness area, that wanting to get some of that indoor, outdoor, a little bit daylight for the fitness activities that are going to go on in there. The 2 blocks left and right on the upper level where the windows are is locker rooms, wanting again to get some daylight into those, bringing some windows in above the lockers. Night view, if you go back one slide if you don't mind, I want to point out that one. That gray element right on top there, that's something you didn't see before. That's mechanical equipment screening. It wasn't on the first 2 slides because you don't see it. Being on the Jefferson approach, coming down Jefferson or coming up Jefferson, you won't see it. But I wanted to point it out because there is a screen that's been added, but there's a very little chance of seeing it, and it's kind of understated, as you can see. If you can continue to the night scenes, just showing what the building would look like at night. Illuminated, giving it some welcoming, and this again, so it has a sense of safety to it. The fire station, go through the same kind of thing. Site plan, the changes that you'll see here, I'll talk about a little bit more in plan, but it's basically the bottom half of the drawing there. To the right, bottom corner where the pink's got a little notch out of it, that was a change kind of necessitated by DTE. There's an easement that goes all across that property line on that south side, but the power lines themselves, although they fit within the easement, there's a circumference around them that we have to also respect. So the building needed to be notched out to accommodate that. And that's why that was done. But that also caused that same leg of the building to go forward. That little bump out at the bottom left was also a change from what you saw last time. Overall, the building site stayed the same. We're at 25 parking spaces plus 2 visiting apparatus dedicated. So that's a plus to what's compared to there now. We'll go to the next slide. So here's the building footprint. You can see a little bit better where the electrical room is, bottom right where that notch is. It still gives us access into the decom, which is one of the main new features to the station that's been added in this design. And then the bump out on the bottom left is the SCBA equipment and the PPE with an access off that front apron. This building, when we programmed it, was programmed at 16,900 square feet, and the final plan was at 16,568. So we were net less 332 square feet. So we were able to capture all the needs in terms of space, but reduce square footage. Next slide, please. Here's the upper floor. Primarily on the top side is the living quarters for the suppression team. The pink thing in the middle is the high part of the bay. The bottom long leg there is the support for the apparatus bay. And overall, as I mentioned, for police, same thing here for efficiency in terms of programming. We had programmed 16% of factor for circulation. The norm would be 15 to 25 for a fire station. We were able to, through final design, this at 7%, well below. So again, the efficiency of the design really captured use of space versus circulation of space. And one thing I'll just point out real clearly, that linear yellow just above the pink, that's the locker area, the personnel locker. It's circulation, and it's also vertical circulation with the fire poles down into the bay. So it kind of double dipped in multiple uses and really created an efficiency of not circulation space, but usable space. Here's a couple of images of it. This is right off of Harper, the front of it. idea, and that's all clay brick, veneer wall there across the front. Clear stories above the apparatus bay that capture a lot of daylight deep into the bay. Giving it some strength, again, and we want it to look like, a stature of a municipal building and fire station particularly. Going to the next image, we're kind of blending now into the Sunnydale down the residential street. Some of the materials are changing to give us the characteristics of a residential area. There's a slope roof down to about 24 feet at the eave, and the introduction of a hardy board or siding there, so it's kind of what you would see in a residential area. Again, the columns that we try to pick up from the court onto the police, we use that same kind of architectural language here. Here's the backside of where the apparatus would go in from returning from event, There's the deck right there of the top. That's coming right off of the kitchen day room area where the suppression team would lounge and have their day side or living side of the activity at the station. And then a couple of night images of the same. There's front off the Harper. Subtly lit, just to give us some safety underneath the canopy as well as along the front of the building and the columns. So I try to keep it brief. Hopefully I didn't talk too fast, but I'm certainly here to answer any questions. I also have a project manager for both fire and police. If there's anything specific you want to go through.
Okay. Next.
Sam is going to have his team here as well, and he's going to go through some of the budgeting, and I'll stand by.
Thank you, David. Hello, my name is Sam Ashley with Cunningham Limp. I think David's done a nice job of outlining where this design has progressed since March. Just like the design has gone from schematic design in March to design development into construction drawings, we too have been refining our costing efforts from schematic, which was shared in the March timeframe, to what you have before you today, which is a design development update. Some specific differences in how we continue to approach and how we continue to budget and estimate the project. We now are at a point where we have a very robust, detailed set of design. Many of the characteristics have begun being specifically defined into carpet types, paints, things that we weren't talking about at the schematic level. We are now well into in the design development standpoint. So we're able to do budgeting from two standpoints as we get into design development, both from internal estimating database comparison, which was really the root of what schematic design was back in March, to where now we're actually engaging subcontractors to get their input, bringing it in-house and evaluating that comprehensively and holistically. What you have before you is the detailed breakdown of the fire station construction costs that are there. We've, again, continued to group those in a detailed format on the primary project elements as you go through it. I think a few things to point out as we go through the fire station budget. As we look at staffing and general conditions costs, because of the uniformity of when these projects are scheduled to start at the same point, one project will take slightly less time than the other. The fire station is approximately 13 months. The police station at approximately 15 months comprehensively, from abatement, demolition, pre-development work into the actual new construction that takes place. Those are those timeframes. What we've done as we outline those costs is just establish those on a weighted average. So you'll see in those notes the fire station weighted average. When we look at the percentage costs on the total between the two buildings, it's an allocation of 41% of the staffing costs and general conditions. And then as we go into the police station, you'll see the balance of those costs show up there. Again, as we've gone through new information we now have soil borings, geotechnical information on both sites, so we've been able to bring our budgets up to reflect what real conditions are in place as we go through it. Again, we've itemized out all of the building demolition, earthwork site demolition associated to on-site. You'll see when we get to the second page, there's some additional breakout of utility and infrastructure that will be a separate funding source, but it's still a construction cost. From the building categorization, I'm not going to go through it line by line, but you'll see that is everything foundations up and inside to create the physical new structure associated with the project. As we go into the second page in the packet, or in the budgeting packet, you'll see that we have continued to account for ACM, which is asbestos-containing material, so for that to be remediated appropriately. Now that we have accurate geotechnical information, we've been able to estimate and outline any of the poor soil undercutting associated to the site. There are a couple areas where the existing soil composition will require us to either go down slightly deeper with foundations or excavate and build back with engineered material. A specific change from March on the scope of work to where we're at now as it relates to the emergency generator. Back in March, the direction and the scope of work was to reuse an existing generator that was coming from the police station for the fire department. That has been changed and now reflected in the cost model to purchase a new generator and the associated automatic transfer switch. So that is a difference in a deviation in scope of work and results in a higher cost than if you were to reuse it, but it was deemed inappropriate to reuse that existing generator that's there. We've also made some changes. Initially, we had carried some allowances for provisions for temporary facilities in our construction costs. Those have been removed, and those will be captured in the soft costs that you'll see later as we go through this packet. As well as we have accounted for all of the other conditions associated to the project, weather, winter conditions, insurance requirements, payment and performance bonds, and a construction contingency. So when we look at the preliminary total cost for construction funded from the fire department, and I want to separate that from the very bottom line that's there, it's $8,171,000. When we compare that number to what we were looking at back in March, it's about a 1.5% delta from that number, primarily attributed to the new scope of work items. I had mentioned the generator, the information we have on poor soils, just to break those down. The soil condition premium is about $141,000. That has to be dealt with. And then the premium associated to the new generator is about $152,000. So those scope of work items, if we didn't have to deal with those, we would actually be less when we look at it on an apples-to-apples comparison. But the fact that those are appropriate to deal with, we've accounted for it. The other itemization you see here of project costs that are still associated to the project but are funded from a different budget. Again, those were itemized in the past, continue to be itemized. That subtotal out to $325,000. That result in a grand total for construction costs of $8,496,000. There is one owner-requested alternate that we did get some hard pricing on, and it's as it relates to the roof that goes onto the fire station. In the base price right now, it's a shingled roof that goes onto the sloped roof sections. The request was to look at an itemization that if it were to be upgraded, so the cost you see there is an above and beyond premium associated to doing a metal standing seam roof. Don't have to get into the decision-making here, but the life expectancy is drastically greater with a metal roof than with a dimensional shingle roof. The other items that you see are layered out, and again, this is to further communicate the items that are construction costs versus soft costs, and soft costs typically include fixtures, equipment, any other furniture or furnishings, as well as professional services for design and consultants as you go through. As we go over and look at the police station budget, again, it's a detailed itemization of what's been put together. There you see the pro rata association of the 59% associated to the staffing costs. Again, they're being shared between the two projects. And again, that was on a weighted average. We've continued to itemize the site work, the building costs that are there. There have been some adds and some tracks. And if anyone recalls, back in March when we came before the board, there was a shift from what the earlier design was in schematic to remove the basement. It was really conceptually estimated because the design had not caught up to where our estimating was at. It was a slightly different set of information than what we were looking at with the fire station. But again, that design has caught up to where we're at, and we've been able to update these budgets. So you'll see things like hollow core precast, that's no longer part of the scope of work because of the design and the function of the building has changed. Again, we have the same itemizations as we look at some of the special program considerations on the second page. Again, looking at the ACM remediation, undercutting of the pad for deep foundations. There has been some premiums brought into some of the high traffic areas in the police station area to go with a burnished CMU, so it's a pre-finished textured material. Again, if there's a lot of movement traffic, handling of individuals, as opposed to having a painted wall, which will result in high amounts of maintenance. A burnished block is a very low maintenance, but still aesthetic product that goes in there. A few other scope of work changes that were brought in that we're still working through. The service size of the building for electrical service right now is slightly higher than what we think it should be, so we're working with our engineers to finalize the load study. This has been modeled on the higher electrical service. So again, if that service size comes down, we'll recognize those savings as we continue to work through the process. Because of that higher size, it results in a higher generator size. Initially, we had a 350 kW generator. Right now, the current design is showing a 500 kW generator. So those costs have been modeled based on what the current design shows, but we're continuing to work as a team to evaluate what the final needs are. Again, as we go down towards the bottom, the preliminary cost associated to the funding that would come from the police department, if we were to compare that to where we were at in the March timeframe, it's about a 3.8% delta. Half of it is attributed to the change in scope of work and assumptions that were known at the time when we were looking at the electrical service size in March versus where it is today. The other pieces are truly the design we had when we were doing our March update. Because of that last-minute change to remove the basement, restructure the building, we were truly conceptually estimating. Again, we've outlined the additional costs associated to parking lot replacements, utility infrastructure. Again, that would be funded out of a separate project, but that items that are still associated construction costs. That's a lot to talk through budgeting that we've been working on for multiple months here.
Okay, Dustin, you want to go through them, and then we bring questions back either to Sam or Dave and whatever. So let's look at some of our part.
So as Sam had mentioned, and Sam went over in great detail, the construction cost, and what we've also continued to work on with partners is also the soft cost. So in your packet, you've received the soft cost estimate for the police and for the fire station. So we'll start with the fire station since that's where Sam has started. You'll actually see 4 different columns. The first column is kind of the budget estimate of purchasing a lot of, as Sam had mentioned, the soft costs, which includes everything from lockers to gym equipment to window treatments to some of for fire, especially some of the PPE extractors, the dryer, the laundry room, the kitchen appliances, ice machines, and this is the internal guts of the building. You'll also see what's included in there as well is a lot of the IT, so the IT system racks, the IT wiring, the door alarms, the security access, the vehicle exhaust systems. You'll also see utilities in there, your DTE service and meter charges, your fire protection flow test, the protection or the project and the building signs for the buildings. You'll also see in there partners fees as well. And then you'll see some testing and special inspection allowances. What you'll also see in here too is kind of the relocation, working with all the staff and going through diligently of what can we keep, what is actually still good in the current building. So you'll actually see, for an example, one of the bigger ticket items under fire is bedding and some of the office supplies. We're projecting to see about a $65,000 savings of just allowance and equipment and furniture that we're actually going to be reutilizing. I mentioned gym equipment as well. All the equipment that is currently in the gymnasium will actually just be going back. We're not going to be purchasing new gym equipment, so it'll be reutilizing what we have. You'll also see in here some of the air compressor, the fill station, the SCBA's. We are bringing those. That is nothing that we are going to be needing to purchase. So anything that we can reutilize, we're reutilizing in the new building. We will be storing this equipment at St. Lucy's in the big gymnasium. So we're able to keep it controlled and then be able to transfer it over when we move. You'll also kind of see down there at the very bottom the moving expense. So we do have to pay somebody to move the equipment out and move the equipment back in. So that is actually given as well. And then there are some little items that have already been purchased for fire. A lot of these are the geotechnical, the reports that have all needed to be already done, the sites, civil surveys, the environmentals, and that kind of stuff. Those have been already allocated to our current budget. And we go to police, it's very, very similar. You're gonna see the exact same stuff. Everything from lockers to the window treatments to kitchen appliances. Same thing with the IT, security, utilities, the pre-design, the temporary locations, as Sam had mentioned, those are not in the construction cost. We have taken those out of the construction cost so we don't have to pay the markup of, no offense, but Cunningham and Lemp actually doing the overseeing of that. So we're able to take that in, run those bids, as you can see later on in this contract price or in this agenda, some of these temporary relocation costs that we're going to have in order to do some construction at St. Lucy's and do some construction at the house at Cedar. But these fees are all listed here in the exact same order of budget estimate, relocation savings already purchased, is in the police and fire. So that kind of goes into detail over what the budget is. So just for the next page that everybody will see. So as Sam had mentioned, the construction project for the fire station for the construction of the building was the 8.5. The soft cost total adds up to approximately 1.3, 1.2, making the grand total for the fire station an estimated cost of about $9.9 million. Looking at the police station soft cost is approximately $2.2 million. Adding that to the 12.1 gets you to a grand total for the police soft and hard costs to $14,350,000. Now I did round up on both of those a little bit, but it's approximately $14,350,000 and 9.9. So while we're talking about budgets, there was an email sent out earlier as well in regards to kind of the overall view of where we've been. The sheet's been in front of you guys numerous times. This shows what our total ARPA funding is. We received $21,247,393 in total ARPA funding. To date, of finished projects that we have completed, which includes the Blossom Heath Pier, lead service line replacement, water fund rate stabilization, door improvements at the senior center, Frederick Park walking path, Kaufman Park renovations, cart paths at the golf course, Welsh Park playground, pickleball courts at the Civic Arena, outside the Civic Arena. Those grand totals add up to $5,034,106. With the projected estimating cost of administration that is left over, police station renovation at the 14.35 and the fire station brings our grand total of expenses to $29,644,000. Our total ARPA allocation, as I just mentioned, was $21,247,000, including the estimated interest of the ARPA money that we have invested. We are looking at $22,247,000. Which does leave us of a shortfall of approximately $7 million to complete the two projects that was presented tonight with the numbers that was presented tonight. Currently, as Sam had mentioned, we have detailed out a lot of the cost for the stormwater, water utilities, sanitary sewers, storm sewer replacement at both of those buildings, and also utilizing some DLEF funding, as well as some of the opioid money, court building fund. That total allocation of other funding sources adds up to $1.482 million. Along with, we already have in our current budget $114,000 for the lease at St. Lucy's, which is detailed in the soft cost. And originally we had the $350,000 additional dollars in the budget that had been out.
Adding all of that back into the budget, we still have a shortfall of approximately $5,450,000. One of the things that we have been approached and we've been talking about, and I know it was brought up in one of the past work study sessions, was contacting Yo and Yo along with contacting the federal government to find out if we can reallocate money that we have spent in the lead service line and the water rate stabilization. At the very beginning, when this ARPA came around, we were making big, quick decisions. We didn't exactly know how long COVID was going to last. We had got the money. One of the biggest things that we wanted to make sure that we were doing was stabilizing the water rate so the residents weren't hit during an extremely tough time of dealing with COVID. And we stabilized that rate of $1.2 million. We do have money in our water fund. We actually have a reserve in our water fund of approximately $6 million. We would be able to reallocate this money and take it out of our water fund and repay from our water fund to ARPA the $2.27 million that we utilized at that time for ARPA funding and give it back to be allocated for this building, which would be able to save our general fund balance from utilizing any money towards these projects. If that was to occur, with council's direction, our new total would be approximately $3,423,000 short. And then as you can see too, I have reached out to a few bond estimates, and I have reached out to Pat McGow, who we've utilized for our TIFA bond, and a current 20-year $4 million bond has an estimate payment of approximately $350,000 a year. This is for two buildings that will be lasting us approximately 50 years with two brand new buildings, and it approximately houses about 50% of our staff that is at the city. So with all of that being said,
questions regarding this or Sam's presentation or Dave's presentation. Ms. Rusi.
Thank you. When I was reviewing my packet, I was doing the math the best I could, trying to figure out, I think I got from the presentation time, we're at a total now, soft cost, construction cost for both buildings, $24.25 million about?
Well, $24,250,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was thinking back to when we bid out and hired and, put out this RFP for, the construction manager at risk. The benefit of that was going to be we could stick to a maximum budget and, do it. And when we did the RFP, it says the city has a maximum total budget for projects of $18,405,000, including fees, general conditions, soft costs, and contingencies, complete construction and temporary accommodations of the departments during the construction phase. And that was why I voted for it, because I thought, okay, we're going to stick to the budget, which we did increase to 18.405, whatever it was. And now I'm sitting here looking at like a $5.845 million increase from when I approved one vote approving the construction manager at risk, when I was thinking we were going to be locking in somewhere around $18,400,000, whatever it was. And now we're at 5.8 million over that. How did it happen? I'm not on the committee, so maybe there's been discussions I haven't been privy to, but it just seems like, wow, I was signing on to this and for 18.4 million, and now we're talking about paying back the water system, taking money out of the water system and doing this and putting a bond out, and that was not what I signed on to. I even signed on to this, a procedure we had not utilized as a city, construction manager at risk, thinking that would help lock us into around this 18.4. We put this out to bid in October, and we awarded in December. It's been 7 months, 6.5 months, and now I'm looking at a huge increase. It's like at this point, I don't understand this, how we got this much of an increase from this point.
So I guess I'll kind of start, and Sam and Dave, if you guys can piggyback. So as you mentioned, this has been 7 months. So this has been 7 months of a lot of committees, a lot of meeting. Sam and Dave's team have meet almost bi-weekly with the police unions, the fire unions, some representatives from all of those staff, along with certain council members that are on each one of those designated committees that when they had signed up. The other thing as well is we all know inflation has hit this.
Which we knew this was going to be a long-term project, so we knew, I was even going back to the minutes then from that December meeting where we awarded it. Mr. Karen said, Mr. Lent, this was at the interviews for the construction manager at risk. Mr. Karen said, Mr. Lent asked each company if our budget was realistic. I assume he meant the budget that we set forth in the RFP and at the time for the proposed projects, and Cunningham Limp affirms that was. I understand things might have come up, like the generator issue and things like that, some unforeseen, but this is almost a $6 million increase from when we approved this. And we put this 18.4 figure in the RFP, and they affirmed it was a realistic budget for these projects. And now it's not by $6 million. And we knew that, yes, there would be inflation. We knew that back in December.
So when we did meet with all the customers, we did 6 interviews. So when we did our 6 interviews, every one of them actually said that keeping the fire station at that budget was going to be extremely challenging and would probably be hard to meet. However, on the police department, which coming back, the fire station actually isn't as much over as what the police department is. But at the police department, most of them did say that was a realistic number. However, those are just schematic designs at that time. That is not design and development. That is not knowing any of the soil samples. That is not knowing any of the underground. And as council was very familiar when we looked at the court building and we ended up finding out, when we get the soil samples and we get to the underground, a lot of that, so much of stuff is unknown. And then the cost just skyrocket after you come
by
back.
$6 million?
As well as, it's $6 million when we're in, the last time the council allocated was 10.9 and 8.3. So
yeah, that was
19.2, and now we're at 24. So it's closer to about $4 to $5 million. However, we do have now, as Sam had mentioned, we have the the soil samples that are actually showing some of the issues that we are going to come across, as well as this is still a conservative estimate because, as you are aware, one of the things that when we went to this formula was the developer, when he comes out, is going to do a price not to exceed. So when this gets locked in, Cunningham and Limp is on the record that nothing can go over this. If it does, his company will eat it. So they are very conservative at this time because anything that is savings does come back to the city as well. So when they are going through and doing the complete design and estimating, and now we have the design and development, and now they're creating the construction documents, one of the big key aspects of this is we have trades that they have been talking with and dealing with and finding out any shortages and issues that we may have. Hence why also Sam had mentioned, the generator. That was a very big issue that we didn't know we were going to come across. That generator alone is over $500,000. So these are some big ticket items that have came up in this process. Sam had also mentioned one of the process as well is the police station, when we originally was going to Cunningham and Limp and that Partners was working on, had a basement. As we all know right now, that basement leaks a ton. That basement also has, we just had some issue of some sewage backup back in the basement just a couple weeks ago that we sent out to all council. So one of the biggest issues is trying to remediate that and not even have that issue anymore and not have a basement. The other aspect as well, the more that you dig into the plans, we have a large cell tower that is right there. So in order to work around that cell tower and make sure that we do not have that cell tower fall or have any issues, there's some additional shoring up of that cell tower for the protection and the issues.
But we knew it was there when we put this figure. I mean, it's not like it just appeared.
For sure, but digging down and finding out what the foundations and the footings and doing your soil samples, that changes the price of a lot of these projects. As we are well aware, even with a lot of our engineering estimates that we have done, that we have just went out to bid without going through the recommendation of going to a project manager risk, a lot of our bids have came in extremely higher than what the normal cost was. Anybody who has seen the SMSD project, the Macomb County project with the Jefferson Relief going down, That one came in originally the very first time, almost $40 million over budget. So these are substantial increases that are happening, that are occurring, that we are working with to be able to keep our price down. And the committees have done a great job of continually meeting and completely going through these budgets and trying to create the best budget that comes before the council.
This is just very shocking, and when I signed up for this, I hadn't signed up for bonding, I didn't sign up for taking the money out of the water fund and repaying the back ARPA for the, we had an allocation of what we wanted to do with this, and part of it was, the water fund rate stabilization. It wasn't, and then we'll just get the money out of the water fund after that. And the lead lines, which we did a great job with the lead line replacements. We wanted to spread this money out and do different things with this, and we did, and now it's just, this is the first time hearing that there's a possibility that we may be undoing some of the ARPA-funded the funding of some of the projects that we have done.
And these are just options. I was given options on other ways to be able to fund the shortfall in the budget without having to bond for the least amount of money to complete the project.
The hard thing about this is I even get this in my packet on Friday. You sent this out this afternoon. I didn't have a lot of time to read this, and this is a surprising piece of paper with some of it. So I didn't have a lot of time to.
And I do apologize for that. This form right here is a very similar form that has been handed out every time we've done the ARPA. Not much has really changed when it comes to the cost. Actually, the majority of the top
The
portion.
reallocating from the water expense?
That is a new allocation.
Yeah, that's
for
the
sure.
new part I'm shocked about.
Yeah, but the
So
majority
I'm
of the
not
farm
talking
is-
about, the cart paths at the golf course. I'm talking about the proposal to reallocate $2 million out of our water funds.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karen?
Thank you. So much. First off, in terms of the Jefferson Release Sewer, since I'm very much involved in that project, the initial estimate, thanks to Candace Miller, State Senator Hertel, Congressman John James, there's $27 million raised for the project, and basically, the engineering firm just messed up the estimate. Engineering firm just wasn't even close. It had nothing to do with inflation, cost of materials going up. Engineering firm just wasn't even close. That was the story there. So much. First, I'm going back in history. June 20th, 2022, I'm going off of what council approved. We approved the police architect for $8.8 million, including the architect fees. That's where this price started. $8.8 million total for the police station. In the first meetings after that, the architects came in with prices of $11.3 million up to $15.4 million. Didn't even bother to come in with a $9 million one. I had to push them for 3 months to give me an option for $9 million, because that's what we allocated. Sorry. Even their options included a parking garage, which no way we'd be able to afford. But they included it anyway, let our police department think they can get in a parking garage. And I remember Deputy Chief Plaza, in one of the meetings, when he saw the numbers, like, guess we're not getting a parking garage, because you overpromised. January 25th, 2023, finally got an estimate for just renovation police station that was at $9 million, so they could satisfy that they gave me something at $9 million, which is the only reason they did it. Not that they actually meant to meet the goal that we put out at the beginning, just to satisfy me. July 17th, we went out for bid for the construction manager. Police station was allocated $10.5 million. That was a compromise for me. We could do a new building, supposedly, for $10.5. That's what we were told by our architect. So that's what we put out there, including with the fire station, and then the bid was actually out as 18.15 for total. Contract was actually awarded for 18.4. And now we're over 24 million. In that time from December to now. And I know Sam mentions he's meeting in March. No, this actually started in December with that 18.4 number in the contract that came from the RFP. And what's even more frustrating, I go back, June 20th when we awarded the architect, it was over 2 years ago, and we're still working on designs. Maybe we're finally getting close, maybe finally the shovel's in the ground. So far, the only reason I brought this is my therapy shovel. Every time I get upset, I go over and I pull up new landscaping at the police station to relocate it somewhere else in the city. But today, I think this is the only shovel in the ground after 2 years of this project. So now we're way over. And now as the solutions, I wanted to go back and raid the water fund. It's insane, absolutely insane. And what drives me the most anger is in those early meetings when we had a $9 million budget and people were talking about a new building and promising a new building. They say, oh, no, it won't be that much. No, we can do it. No. And I was saying, no, everything we're seeing, it's going to be 14, 15 million. We don't have 14, 15 million. We have 9. Oh, no, we can do it. Lo and behold, police station, we're over 14 million for a new building. I don't know where the money's going to come from. I sure as heck don't want to drain the water fund. We just approved that budget. With the capital expenses in there, with a methodology of how the rates get settled so that that capital fund stays at a certain level. And instead we get a recommendation in our email today, first time ever seeing it, a rating over $2 million from the water fund to make up for all these increases, all the scope creep, which is really what this is. How did we get here? Scope creep. Not being able to say no. Not living within our means. Just incredibly frustrating. And quite frankly, 3 weeks ago I was asked to attend a meeting. And all I cared about, I wanted the updated numbers. I knew in March we had a big challenge. I wanted to see the numbers, and that's why I brought it up in the budget meeting on April 30th. I brought it when we were talking about the budget on June 3rd, talked about when we had the budget on June 17th. June 26th, I get asked to attend a meeting at 8:30 here at City Hall. I come in, we're looking at carpet samples and tile samples. And I wanted to see budgets. I wanted to see finances. I felt very patronized, and I left that meeting very insulted about not being given the information I've been asking for. Instead, I see carpet samples. So I guess the only question is, as part of the contract, at some point we have to get to a guaranteed minimum price. When are we going to get to a guaranteed minimum price? Because I still think there's, even from you said, Sam, there's things still being worked out. How long before that number is actually available?
So in the packet, there's a milestone schedule that outlines the points of where we're at and how we get to where we're going.
And I didn't see one on there that says guaranteed minimum price.
It's paraphrased, sorry. So as we walk through it, the second line there is tonight, so that's where we're at. There is ample time in here to look through how things are funded as you get to the next line item. There's been 2 months prepared for that. Bid documents, so complete drawings, are prepared to be released around August 16th. We have scope of works that we have to provide to the city to review and approve before they go out to bid. There's about a month time frame of bidding out on the streets. I apologize, I should have wrote it out. GMP is guaranteed maximum price.
So October.
Yeah. So our goal is to have it done into the city on or before the 2nd, so it can come before this board for the October 7th board meeting.
All right, thank you.
And Sam, how confident are you that this is the number of your experience, which is $24,250,000?
No, I mean, industry standard when you get to design development pricing would be to be within a 5 to 10% range of accuracy to where you're at. Given the deviations of where we're at from schematic to design development of being 1.5 to 3.8%, depending on the project, I would suggest these are within a 5% or less range of final accuracy, with one caveat. If there's a user group who says, I need to subtract something, that will change the number, obviously go down. If there's a user group that comes forward and says, we need to add another apparatus bay, that's a result in changing the number to go up. It doesn't just happen arbitrarily. We'll report that it's going to impact the price. There's a discussion that's made, so that we can report out any impacts from a scope of work standpoint. But I think, not to make light of the meeting that was held as you're looking at finishes, that is part of the process as you work through the funnel. We're starting with the big processes and down to a point where you are working with user groups to pick out the finishes. So that's the point at which we're at from a design and accuracy and scope of work standpoint. So very little amount of things left that are unknown or undefined.
Other questions for Mr. Frederick?
Mostly just a comment. In all the projects that we do up here, big or small, if somebody came to us and said, hey, you give us $25 and we'll give you the other $75, that's what we're doing here. This is 25 cents on the dollar to get, we got 21,247 from the ARPA funds from the feds. Renee invested it wisely and got us another $1 million out of that investment. Now you take that and you say, okay, here's what we absolutely need for the next 50 years, not 20 years, 50 years. And to nickel and dime that makes no sense to me whatsoever. If anything, we've cut some things out that we should probably put back. And 25 cents on the dollar, everybody in this room would take that deal. Everybody. Well, maybe John won't, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I think we should look at how to fund this, whether it's bonding, and frankly, a $4 million bond with a $350,000 a year payment, which is what we're looking at, that's after, I would say bump that up. Everybody in town is going to benefit from the police and fire station. Everybody in town is going to benefit for 50 years. Every residence in town will benefit for 50 years or longer. And I think if you're going to buy a house or you're going to build a house, you take out a mortgage. That's what we're doing. And we're lucky enough that our rich uncle gave us $22 million towards the cost of that. So I would say $4 million, $5 million, maybe even $6 million to look at it, to leave the money in the water fund. And then also, maybe we should look at a couple of the other things that we have all talked about up here that need to be done as well. Maybe it's the other 2 fire stations. Maybe it's the bathhouse at the pool. We should talk about adding maybe that into it and figure out what the numbers are. But personally, 25 cents on the dollar, to me, that's a good deal, and I think we should jump at it.
And just to be clear, we have to spend this money by December of 2026.
That's correct.
So this money this is a requirement by the federal government, part of the ARPA. So time is of essence. And then I think is, just to comment on Mr. Frederick, there's the options, I think, or unless there are other options, which are, one here says bond, or we cut, right? Or we cut, or we take it out of the rainy day fund. I don't understand. There isn't any other way. That's what this body needs to decide. I mean, what's in front of us here is regarding maybe the water, lead, maybe moving that around. But the question is, at the end of the day, the ARPA along with the interest that we received, we're going to be short. So you're going to have to either cut these buildings, and we got to make these decisions. According to Sam, no later than October here, or even before, if we're going to make some type of changes, or take this out of the rainy day fund, or as Mr. Lent puts in here, to bond this for 20 years and pay for it, and a building for 50 years. Mr. Vitale, or Mr. Vitale?
Yeah.
You're next, Dave. Sorry.
Took the head fake.
I did.
All right, I'll transition here just for a moment from funding and go to an actual building material question. The generator at the police station that at one time we had planned to move to fire, I have to think that if we at one time considered moving that generator, it can't be that ridiculously obsolete. Does it still have value?
Certainly has value.
Can you come up, please, to the mic? Thank you.
Scott Wheeler, my coworker.
Scott Wheeler, Cunningham. The generator that is at the fire or at the police station presently is not the sufficient amperage
nor the correct voltage or phasing to be used at the fire station.
So it's not for
It
mechanical, it has value.
It could be, once we get the new generator in place, at the police department, that one could be taken offline and it could be put up for sale.
What kind of mechanism would we be, as a city, what would we do? Put that out to auction? Potentially put some money back? I mean, if we even raised, you know, 50% of what that thing is worth new, that's a six-figure number. I don't know how old it is.
Yeah, I can't speak to the value of it, because I don't know the, I, off the top of
I'm
my head,
looking at a
I
new
don't
one's
recall the kilowatts of
250,000,
it, so
if
I
it's
can't make a
worth.
judgment on it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Then again, I don't know what the market is for used gigantic generators either, so. We could sell it to a weed farm somewhere. Any comment on that? I mean,
No, I
if you
would
think it
just-
has value, you could put some money back into this. Six-figure number.
Yeah, certainly there's value. I think because it's owned by the city, the first suggestion I would look at is, are there other facilities that it could be used that don't have a generator that maybe might benefit from it?
I'd say if we're getting by without it now, we're gonna have to just get money.
Understood. But then next approach would be to auction it off. There are wholesalers that would look at coming to remove it and potentially pay for it, but I think auctioning historically has been the best sale value that we've experienced.
So we would, before we decommissioned anything, made sure we documented it being functional.
Typically, we would have the group that's doing any annual and monthly maintenance on it come through, do a decommissioning of it so that it's harvested, recorded, current status, the manifest that goes along with it is all part of that auctioned asset.
Okay. So that's basically all I've got on that, which is a drop in the bucket compared to what we fall short on this. The only way to really substantially cut any of these projects would be to cut square footage out of them. And I can't speak to police department, I'm not on that committee, although quite honestly, what I see from the police proposal does not seem extravagant. And I can tell you from being on fire subcommittee, boy, we scored a lot of wins that are gonna help, and with police too, that are gonna help recruitment. Because that's a problem for both police and fire, is being able to recruit new officers. And to try to recruit new officers into old cramped buildings with mold issues and things like that, that we know are a problem, is a lot tougher. So that's another benefit we get out of these new facilities. Again, like Mr. Frederick said, I think if anybody had come along and said, we'll pay 75% of this, you guys need to come up with a, and I'm gonna say $4 million match, because I don't see six. I've been to the pool house, I don't know if I'm as convinced on that, but that's a separate issue. We would have jumped at that. We would have jumped at that idea. You know, we have to fund this, and we have to go forward with this program. I don't think we can stay with what we've got. We've seen the deficiencies in both buildings. You know, the initial plan for fire was actually a lot more ambitious, to touch all three stations. We've had the fire department union said, you know what, instead of touching all three, just get us a new central, and that's from their fire department union. So I think that's gonna have to hold for a while. So I think these plans have been scaled back to about what they can be, even to the point that we fired the first architect that couldn't come up with, frankly, a good plan to build on our old fire department lot. You know, another thing that keeps it, I think both of them modest, is they're both on the same properties. You know, any new building built by a new community would be on a much larger piece of property. We're putting a lot in a small lot. So I don't see where to, and I would say, if anyone's got an idea where to take money out of these buildings, go ahead and submit it. But I would also say this, and I did ask about bonding today. You know, the big issue with bonding is we're paying interest on something. We don't get anything. Interest is a non-value added cost. We always have the option after that first year of bonding to pay off that bond and not be penalized. So instead of trying to, I would suggest that instead of trying to find $4 million of savings tonight, why don't we look at it like this? we've got 5 years to try to come up with $6 million or $4 million worth of savings in the budget and pay off the bonds early, since that's the objection, is to have to pay the bonds, and I would think the objection to the bond is the interest. Get out from under the interest by using the next 5 years to come up with a way to fund this. We still have that as an option. So.
Mr. Lenton and then Mr. Rebello.
And I just want to piggyback too, so, because obviously we all know interest rates are extremely high. Being a municipality and getting municipal bonds, we are afforded a much lower rate than what the public is able to get. Currently talking to our bond rep, the rates right now are currently under 4% for municipal bonds. So our rate on that $4 million bond is under 4%. So that is very critical to say.
One other thing to point out too is that right now we're allocating money to, what is it, about $250,000 in the budget for maintenance of the two buildings, which, you know, hopefully we're not going to have to spend for a little bit of time. At least things will be under warranties and it'll be brand new. So that's money that can go back towards paying off a bond. And I don't even know that I'm sold 100% that all $4 million needs to be a bond. It may be a combination of, quote, rainy day fund and some bonding, but that's something we can work out at a later date, as well as trying to find those budget savings to put towards another fund and pay off the bonds early. But I can't see turning away from, you know, a 75% on the dollar gift from Uncle Sam. So, which, you know, maybe I even have some ideological issues with, but the point is the money's there. So.
Mr. Rebello, thank you. Mr. Rebello.
Okay, as far as the 75%.
Give your mic on.
As far as the 75%, 25%, Dustin, it might be more like we're putting in 16%.
15, yeah.
It'll depend on if, for example, as we have in here currently, with the money that is left, it would be more closer to 25. It's actually more close to 23. But if we do reallocate the funding that we utilize, and it's not really taking from the water fund, it's reallocating the money that is water fund eligible expenses, that rather than taking out of the water fund to help build it up, because at that time, we were also going through the point, obviously I wasn't here, so I'm going to speak on behalf of what I've been hearing. At that point, that was the same time we were separating our sewer and water structures as well. They used to be combined. We had a different fund balance. We were separating those out. So now that we know we have $6 million in there, even taking the $2 million out leaves us with over a 25% fund balance in our water fund. So it still leaves us with a very healthy water fund balance to be able to do the projects and everything that we need to do to keep up with infrastructure. It just allows us to then reallocate that ARPA money for this building. If we reallocate that money, it is closer to a 16% on the dollar rather than a 25% on the dollar.
That's not bad, okay? That's a pretty darn good deal, okay? To what anyone would say. This city, I'm just gonna, I guess, I'm just gonna talk here. Try not to get myself in any step on my tongue. This city, the residents, have time after time again supported the police and supported the fire department in millages that passed by huge margins. So I think the people like the police and the fire department. And yes, I know everything would have a price. Estimating, Dustin, how many folks here do we employ? Is half of our workforce in St. Clair Shores?
Between the total police and fire departments, it makes up approximately half our departments.
Okay, so we're really dealing with half of the employees in St. Clair Shores that are directly affected by a police and fire station. Now, when this all started, the first statement I may have made in these, and I sat in there with Chris on the fire department stuff, okay? And we hashed it around, we went up and down, around, left and right. Okay, we kicked stuff out, we kicked ideas out. We got rid of an architect, I think, out of it too. And I guess where I'm going with this is to support a group of people that have a large employment here in St. Clair Shores, I'm for it. One of the first statements I make is, when we got into the first meeting, was if I'm gonna do this, I wanna build a 21st century fire station that is good for the next 50 years. We just happen to be put here in time where these things all collapsed around us. It just got old. It's just the time that we're living in, okay? And we're sort of now the next guy up that has to try to fix this stuff. So I have no problem with doing it. They're dilapidated buildings, and things need to change. And I guess we're here in history at this certain time where we can change it for the better and change it for the next generations. And those folks are going to be the ones that, I guess, down the road, will have to make a decision 50 years from now to maybe put another one in. So how we pay for it, I guess I don't want to get into that now, but the bonding, those are things that are put there for cities to utilize. And if it's there to utilize to our favor, that's fantastic, okay? So with that, I have had every opportunity over the months and months that have gone by to call up Dustin Lent, to call up you, Dave, not so much you, but I have had every opportunity to ask any questions that I've ever wanted to ask. It's been going on for months and months and months. And I would say if somebody gives us $75 on 100, I guess I'm in. I want to see the departments happy in there. I want to see them being able to take advantage of a beautiful station for years to come. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to receive and file the presentation regarding the police and fire building financial update.
Okay, support. Okay. Moved by, I know we have more questions. It's moved by Mr. Bell, supported by Mr. Frederick. Ms. Burgess?
I am the newest one here and the most unlearned from the years previous. I did have a chance to sit down and talk with Dustin, and to me, it's a no-brainer because of the fact that I just recently built a house here in St. Clair Shores. And if someone told me that I had to come up with 25% of my mortgage and that someone was gonna pay, my rich uncle was gonna pay the other 75%, which could even be a little bit more than that, I would find the money somehow, some way. This is a building, these buildings will be here long after most everybody in this building here will be dead. And they'll still be standing, and they're gonna, right now, we don't even have capability in our fire department for women to have separation or privacy. These buildings are so old and we need these. This is something that we need. We house, half of our employees are police and fire, and our community, like you said, has always supported our fire and our police, and this is a no-brainer. It really is a no-brainer. And there are things that are the unknown still, but I support this fully.
Thank you. Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. Well, it's funny, back in December when we approved, I believe unanimously, the construction manager at risk for a project that was estimated to be at that time for 2 buildings, which no one up here has said we don't need new buildings. No one up here has said we don't think our police and fire deserve, great new buildings. No one has said that. I don't know how it's twisted from how many meetings we've had, awarding a contract. Here's 18.5 million. And that was the plan. That was the plan. We even increased that to 18.5 million from what it was, as like John reiterated, kind of a compromise of, okay, the initial thing wasn't enough, so let's increase this. And we were told, oh, we can stick within this budget. Yes, there might be some unknowns. We know that. That's why we have contingencies. and everything. And now it's, oh, I'm not really sure about indebting the city for 20 years or taking $2 million out of the water fund. And it's, you don't support your police and fire? Is that the mentality of the comments up here, I think? And that's just, I mean, only in the city can you get accused of not supporting police and fire or wanting to recruit new people or, you know, when you are sitting up here in December and saying, here's $18.5 million. Because of the Scott, you know, and yes, so it's funny, when I first read this, I thought, oh my God, they are going to bring up, I know, the whole, well, it's 75 cents on the, or 25 cents, whatever it is. And I'm thinking, well, that was never part of the thing. It's like when we go out for a tip project, when we submit for a tip project, we know we will have to be paying 18.5 or whatever is percent, and the state will be paying the rest of the project. When we go out for a Parks and Rec grant, we know, okay, if they approve this, we will be having to submit 40%, 50%, whatever the terms is, 25%, and they'll pay the rest of it. That's part of the terms that we understand when we go into it. This was brand new information today. This has been, you know, and then all of a sudden it's 5 million, 6 million increase, and it's, oh, well, now it becomes more of a tip project or a grant fund. It's very surprising to me. And again, sitting up here approving 18.4 million back in December, and now it's being basically accused from the tenor of some of these comments. So please correct me if I'm wrong in what I was picking up. You don't support the police, you don't support the fire because you are questioning the project overruns and the mission creep and the scope creep that has occurred in this, that has gone unquestioned. What if this was 7 million? Would we be sitting up here saying we could just bond for that, 20 years? We could take more money out of the water, we could do this? What if it was 10 million? At what point would people on this body be questioning how this happened? I'm not even saying that I would be opposed to that. I'm just questioning how this happened. And I think that's a valid question. And guess where our rich uncle gets his money? From us, from the taxpayers. So I think that's important too to keep in mind. Thank you.
Mr. Limp?
Yep. If you felt that I was saying that, I do apologize because that's not where I was coming.
Other people.
But I do want to state too, when I put this packet together, I'm trying to give council options. I'm not recommending that we take from the water fund. That's just an option that is viable.
Okay, but just don't, I understand it's in the water fund, but it's ARPA money that has been put in there. I realize it was designated, I realize that, but this is ARPA money that was put into these funds. So just be clear, I realize that.
And for ARPA, as we all know, that has to be dedicated by the 24th. That's when the form is submitted exactly what we spent. So just because we made a recommendation or a resolution at that time, for ARPA purposes, it doesn't have to be documented until the 24th. So that can change. That's why that can change. We have checked with Yo and Yo just because of the documentation through our audit. Can that be amended? And yes, it can. So these are just options. The bonding is, once again, just given the options of what is the rate, what is the price, what are we looking at. Utilizing these other funds. These are things we don't have to do either. These are just options for council to be able to. But I will also state too, just to be transparent, for the people that have been on these committees, there has been very, very little stroke keep. Majority of the time in every single one of those committees is cut, 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 cut. When Dave got up here and he made his presentation, it was, here's how much room that we have and how efficient we are. Dave was commending and he's saying, hey, this is commendable to be able to say, we're actually building a building that is very little additional space that's needed. As Ron had mentioned as well, and I know that the individuals that were on the committees, majority of them I think will feel this way, is right from the get-go, it was how can we keep these costs down, how can we cut? Any outlandish idea that, yes, a garage may have been in there, got cut. Even any kind of holding cells that we're gonna say, no, we're going to Macomb County now, got cut. Even the little sally ports and how big they could be to make sure we could get the prisoners out of the room in a safe manner and make sure our officers stay safe. Cut some of that space. How the booking is set, cut some of that space. With fire, we cut and we said, oh, down the hallway, you're not gonna have a hallway, it's gonna have hallway and lockers. Trying to maximize every space. These are not what I would say outlandish buildings. They have been cut from moment one to try to keep that price down. John made a good point. He may have said, and I don't think at that time, he said, I think these buildings are going to be 15 million at that time. And he was right. In order to get to the $9 million, which he stated, and what we went through, a due diligent partners did of what that $9 million would get, it was rehabbing a 60-year-old building. And it was keeping that same basement, that same flooding issues, those same everything. Because anytime you try to remodel an old building, you still have an old building. And that was the issue that we came across of just a number of the $9 million that we threw out at the very beginning wasn't capable of doing the projects and the price at that time. And this has been refining with cutting either programs and or either hardening of soft spots. That was one of the things as well, was we had to take out some of that. There was a lot of changes that made these scale down. So at any time, if any council member has anything, hey, we could cut this or we could take this out, we're welcome to ideas and information. But everybody who's been on those committees have already been doing that this entire time to try to get that price as low as it can. That's where I think this information comes in as saying, okay, hey, being on both of those processes, being at all of those meetings, that we're now at a point that we can tell our residents that we are getting 2 brand new buildings for our police and for our fire. And yes, we're having to utilize it. We're going to have to throw a little bit more money in, because if not, those buildings aren't getting cut, because there's really not much more you can cut out of them.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I know these are options, and I appreciate having options and being presented with options. However, according to the July 9th pre-construction milestone schedule, states work through financing options July 24 to August 24, with big documents be released on August 16th. The next council meeting is August 19th. So these might be just options, but we have a very small window to work through them. So they're going to go from options to reality very quickly, whatever way this body decides.
Yep.
The question is, what's the next steps of the process for us to get to a point where a decision can be made given this window?
I would state at our next August meeting, we will need to know what that process is. If bonding is, let's just say, an option, we're not binding overnight, but to start, as everybody understands, you have to hire a bond and start that whole process out. These buildings aren't going to be completed until 15 months and 13 months. So we have time, but the direction needs to know, how are we going to fund those? The other option as well is we have to, through ARPA, we have to know where we're allocating our funding through, whether it is through keeping it in the water fund, if it's utilizing other fundings, or that information, because we do have a deadline, not of the 26th, but of December 24, to be able to have all of that money allocated of where it's going to be spent and submitted up to the federal government. So we are going to have some fast track conversations of what those options are going to be. And I think at some of those, information can come back. We're also going to get Sam's information on that October 2nd, where we will have 100% the price not to exceed, so we'll have the final number, as well as looking at some of those, the contract actually through Cunningham and Limp will be there. So the next 2 meetings, and we also have a special meeting in there too, work study session, will be very critical timing before that October deadline.
But currently, the way we're hearing the discussion is to continue to move forward with the current design that we have that's in front of us. I mean, that is what I'm hearing on the body. So we're going to continue to move on
I
that.
understand that. My question was the financing, given
Yes.
those were the options presented.
Mr. Karen.
Thank you. I hear the word, we've been cutting, but again, going back to the 2 council votes, specifically on police, June 20th, 2022, we approved 8.8. We're over 14 million. July 17, 2023, we approved 10.5, along with 7.65 for fire. And that included $2 million, the combination of $1 million fund balance and $500,000 in a couple of fiscal years. So yeah, when we were unanimous in July of 2023, we were agreeing to pay for part of it. It wasn't this, we were agreeing to a match. But now we're over 5.7 more. Over the even, 3.7 beyond the 2 million we agreed to back in July 2023. that's where the frustration is. In that this cost kept going up despite each council vote that had a number. And no one's telling us, you know, outside of a generator, I haven't seen any other comparison that said this went up, this went up, this went up, this went up. This is where we're wrong. Especially, never heard, this is where we're wrong, this is where we're wrong, this is where we screwed up. Sorry, this is the real number. And that's been my frustration.
Mr. Vitale.
Okay, first of all, Councilwoman Rusi said, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, you're trying to make it sound like we don't support the police and the fire, and I don't think anyone's doing that. I mean, the closest that I even touched on anything like that, which doesn't, in my opinion, indicate a support in police and fire, it's just that one of the problems they have in both is recruiting. And it's hard to tour somebody through those two buildings that I've been through and really make the pitch that this is where you want to work. In fact, the idea that we get as good an officer quality as we do, and we are able to, I shouldn't say this out loud, but able to poach from other departments, is really more of a reflection on the community. I would certainly much rather police St. Clair Shores than a lot of surrounding communities, but not because of the building. And I would certainly rather respond to ambulance runs and put fires out in St. Clair Shores, but not because of the fire station. And we have even addressed things, you know, where we talked about maybe a better commercial quality dishwasher or something like that for fire department, but those are very expensive. And we've come down to the fundraising ideas of saying, hey, you know what, I had some old firefighters say, we'd like to buy our old lockers, because they're old wooden lockers. And maybe you guys should have a sale of your old lockers, and we can raise money and pay for the commercial dishwasher. But that's a $5,000 savings. That's not going to put millions of dollars back into anything. So the real money, if you want to avoid, you want to talk about these cost overruns, and the costs simply weren't realistic. And so we're at where we're at in terms of per square footage costs. There's no fat in the buildings. So at this point, the only way to come into these budgets, which quite frankly, we're never going to be that low, is to say, what are we going to cut out of it? So does that mean, I'm more familiar with fire, does that mean for fire we go from 4 pull-through bays to 3 pull-through bays? And honestly, pull-through bay is basically a bunch of empty space. You're probably going to have to cut it down to 2 pull-through bays. At which point do you even have, is it even worth remodeling at that point, or building new? So if anyone has an idea of how to cut costs out of these buildings, I'm certainly open to it. I think at this point in the meeting, we really just have to commit to a funding mechanism, but I'm sure we can always spend less money. So, I mean, I'll solicit the public too. I mean, the plans they're out there in the packets, which are viewable to the public. If we have a budding architect or a construction manager that wants to view those plans and say, hey, you can save $1 million doing it this way, then by all means, get in touch. But I don't think we're getting these buildings for less money than this. I do think there's a need for this building, and I think now it's just the idea of we're going to have to come up with the money. We've got a little bit of window at a time to talk how much of that is rainy day and how much of that is bonding. We can do that. But we've got to give them some kind of commitment that we're willing to go forward so that we write the last check for this thing by, you know, December 31st of 26, which by the way, and to just talk about that ARPA, because I don't like the idea of talking about rich uncles and stuff like that either. That's garbage. The ARPA program is garbage. The way that it was allocated to tell every community that you have to spend all this money by December 26th, what do you think that did to inflation? Every municipality in the country went out to bid to build some new huge project and drove the hell out of all these prices. So it was totally stupid, but that was a decision that was made in Washington, D.C., not in St. Clair Shores. And I don't want to deny the residents of the city 2 first-class buildings that they're going to need for 50 years, because I think the way that the ARPA funding was handled was criminal and stupid, but it is what it is. It's the hand we were dealt. So.
Okay, we do have a motion, Mr. Rebello.
Yeah, just one more thing.
Microphone, Dave.
Yep, one more thing. If it came off that I that alluded to, I don't know, I was just talking. If it alluded to that you didn't care about the, that's not the intention of you not caring about the fire police.
I appreciate that. It seems like anytime an issue comes up, if you even ask questions, that's the impression up here.
I was just sort of thinking about, I don't know, I just been hit over the head a lot of times and watching the millages and stuff, and I just sort of, that's what I think the people want. So, it's just my opinion. So,
So it was moved by Mr. Rebel, seconded by Mr. Frederick, to receive and file the presentation regarding the police and fire building financial update. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0, and then move forward with the current design as we go along, as we try to hit the milestone dates that Sam put up with us, and we'll work on the financial end of it, but that's where we're moving forward. Thank you. Item 11, request bids, contracts, purchase orders. 11A is request to award industrial drive patching project. Denise Pike, how are you?
I am well, Mr. Mayor. How are you? Good evening, council. What we are asking tonight is for council's approval to award the 2024 Industrial Drive Patching Project. This project was put out to bid just after Memorial Day. We received 11 bids. They were opened on 6/25. The low bidder on this is L. Anthony. Their bid price was there were two alternates. So their base bid price was $686,175. We looked for an alternate A, which was the standard MDOT concrete mix. As you all are aware, there is an issue in the concrete industry right now with the standard mix and spalling. So alternate B was a modified MDOT concrete mix, which is projected to have longer duration, longer durability. So their alternate B price, which we are asking for council's approval on tonight, is $727,425 with a 10% contingency. That brings the total award to $800,167.50. This would be for East and West Industrial Drive. It's our intention to get this project started prior to the Stevens Tip project, at least on East Industrial Drive, so we use that as the primary thoroughfare to get people from Civic Arena to 9 Mile Road and then to I-94.
Questions? Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Is Mike not able to be here tonight?
He was not.
Okay. So I think my question is a little more technical for him. Yeah, in terms of the issue of the concrete, actually, I happened chance, had lunch with Mr. Liebert, our former city engineer who now works in the concrete industry, on Friday, and he was filling me in a bit of what was going on in the industry. And kind of the concern I have with, well, obviously the issue with the current MDOT formulation, which basically, in layman's terms, retains a lot of moisture for a longer period of time, so you get into a freeze cycle, it freezes, and then that's why it flakes off, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay. And the additive is supposed to help prevent that.
Correct.
But unfortunately, I don't think the additive has been tested for that long, as it's fairly new.
It has not. This issue in the concrete industry is also fairly new, so maybe a
Well,
couple of years.
Yeah, since they changed the formulation of the concrete from MDOT.
Correct.
That created the flaking issue to begin with. So I do know, in terms of the, there's an ASTM standard concrete that he mentioned as C150, which is a mix that has been around. Granted, it's not what MDOT recommends, but I don't know if that, since we're paying for it directly, this isn't a TIP project, it's not through MDOT.
It is not.
I don't know if we could have the low bidder, L. Anthony, look at that as a mixture and get a price difference?
We certainly can. We can also,
And kind of do this as a conditional award based on what that pricing is, so that way you guys have that option to look at versus the unknown additive?
we can ask them to price out that mixed design. We can also send the mixed design specifications over to the engineers, and certainly Mike can look at that as well, the current city engineer, to see where that's been utilized in other communities potentially.
Okay. Because I think, well, I think that's currently being used at the senior center.
For Metropolitan,
Yeah,
I will verify that.
yeah, we can verify that that's being used.
Okay.
So, and I was a bit confused in terms of the base bid versus alternate A, alternate B, and it's just how AEW laid this out, about how the base bid included everything but the concrete. And then alternate A added one version of concrete, alternate B had the concrete with the alternative, and
Mixed design.
normally it would be, there would just be one alternate, right? It'd be, the recommended
there would.
concrete would be in the base bid, because according to this base bid was actually $257,000. And that alternate A was $686, and base bid B, alternate B was $727,000. So
That's
it's just how
correct.
they laid it out, which is confusing.
And we can certainly, I mean,
As I'm looking through, trying to understand what's alternate A and B, and realize they just didn't include the concrete in the base bid.
so you are correct, Councilman Karen, that they did not include the concrete in the base bid. It, again, the mixed design has the different in the type L.
Type 1L, yeah,
L,
yep.
versus, I think it's type 1, which comes from Turkey. So that is the difference in the pricing. Council can certainly award a not to exceed, right? The 727,000 is not to exceed. And then if we look at the concrete mix design and it comes in less than that, then we spend less than that.
Well, I guess I'm not really looking at the not to exceed, because if the concern is about the additive, that it
Correct.
hasn't been out there before, and if we already know one mix isn't good for a year, worried what the additive would be long-term. You know, we've had this before, you know, when we did the slat design to fix Little Mac 15 years ago, you know, it was pretty obvious after a while, it had issues, cracking,
Right.
noise. You know, when questioning the engineers of, well, why was that done that way? It's like, well, MDOT approved it. Well, no, if we can avoid creating an issue, we ought to. We have one concrete mix that is proven and it's been out in the field for years, and we know the weatherability of it, and they can show it, not
Sure.
looking to take anyone else's word out there. I'm okay, even if that is a bit higher,
Yes.
you know, to make sure we got a good road afterward.
I was gonna make the recommendation, because in the current budget, council did budget $1 million
Yeah.
for this project, just to give us that flexibility if we budget up to the maximum of the budget, and then when it comes in hopefully lower, we'll still have that amount, but the budget actually allows us to price out that L-150 to find out if that's the direction that council wants to go in. Once we get that price, if it's approved with the L-150, then we can move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, but we don't want this coming back in
No,
2019.
because it'll take too long to
No.
do the project. That's why if we approve up to the $1 million, that'll give us that flexibility.
Approve up to the budget amount.
Okay, yeah.
And then, and also, I guess, it maybe even on top of that, is if there are, realize the project was laid out for a certain number of flags to be done
Yes.
on there.
Yes.
That if there are some that were more questionable, that maybe could go up to the budget amount, even with the different concrete, if that ends up being better. I guess I'm okay with that too. You know, to have more of
Scope up to
the
the budget
repair,
amount?
more repair work done
Okay.
on Industrial Drive East and West while we're there, right?
Right. Okay. As long as we're approving the contractor with the lowest bid.
Yes.
And the price, then staff will be able to work within those parameters, same as we do with other contractors that we have in the community, to be able to get the scope and/or the concrete mix that we're looking for.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve L. Anthony Construction up to $1 million for Industrial East and West patching project.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Karen, supported by Mr. Rebello. Mr. Rebello.
The concern I have during the construction period of the industrial drives is how's the traffic flow going to be getting into the senior center and
We'll be doing half width
Civic
of the
Arena.
road at one time. So there'll still be one lane of traffic. This would be similar to other road projects where we won't close the full width of Industrial Drive, either east or west, during the project. So traffic can still get out, but it is our goal to actually get the east side done prior to the Stevens project launching, so that we can move people freely down East Industrial Drive to 9 Mile, and then they're on their way to wherever they need to be. So that would be the goal.
do you think there's any extra signage that's going to be needed there?
We will look
To
at
direct
traffic
people
control,
in.
but yes. I mean, there'll be traffic control for the Stevens project as well as the Industrial Drive
Okay.
project. So we'll make sure that it is,
Some of the folks that at least coming in off of, what are those streets back in there, like Culver, if you're coming from 10 Mile to Stevens,
right,
some people are getting hung up in there because,
Wood and, right, some of the
so
streets.
I don't know if you
back
can
in there.
do with the signage there too.
Okay.
Mr. Frederick.
Thanks, Mayor. So walk me through the timing of this. We're going to try and get this done before Stevens, so this would start when?
We're going to try and get this done, half of this done prior to Stevens. Our goal would be to start this as soon as we can get contract books signed. So we'll look at the C-150 mix design, we'll do our research there, we'll work on contract books at the same time, and then we'll get L. Anthony working, it would be our goal before August 1st, or shortly thereafter.
Okay, and so towards the end of that timing, are we going to be in trouble with freeze at all?
Not on this
we're hoping
project,
that this
no.
is going to work out, but,
This project will be long before we hit the freeze thaw, the
Okay.
winter months.
and then Stevens starts when?
We are anticipating it will start right after Labor Day. Our share of the project will come to council on the August 19th.
Okay.
It will be very similar to the way we did Masonic last year, if you can
Okay.
remember that.
And then going back to the signage, and I know Mr. Rebello it'd be very important to him to make sure that the businesses
Absolutely.
on Industrial Drive East and West, that there's some signage for them and how to get to them, and maybe even at the 9 Mile intersections of East and West Industrial Drive to,
To make sure that
still
people are aware.
open, you can get to it this way, whatever, so. All right. I'm good.
Moved by Mr. Kieran, supported by Mr. Rebel to award the 2024 Road Industrial Drive Concrete Repair Program to L. Anthony in the amount of $1 million. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Council.
Thank you. 11B, request to approve the Suburban Library Cooperative Purchase Order for Automated System Services. Stephanie Fair, Library Director, how are you?
I am well. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Good evening, everyone, council. So I am here to request the approval of the Suburban Library Cooperative Automated System. The current management system is called Polaris, which provides management services in the use, maintenance, training, and support of acquisitions and billing of library materials. It controls the patron's online payment, the integrated phone, email, and text messaging services, patron records, statistical reporting, reciprocal borrowing, and access to the online catalog. With that being said, it also does include our internet and wireless access and a few other components that they provide us. Most importantly, this service does work with the shared library system and provides the City of St. Clair Shores residents access to over 2 million items. So at this time, I am asking and recommending that City Council approve that purchase order.
Ms. Rusi?
Okay, thank you. First off, we didn't get a purchase order in the packet, but I did request that, and we did get that emailed to us earlier today.
Yes, my
So-
apologies for
No,
that.
no problem, it happens. But question, I was figuring out how the rate of 75,841.10, and it was because the Suburban Library Cooperative seems to have an odd start for a fiscal year. They start their fiscal year in October, so that amount is 1 quarter reflective 23 to 24 and 3 quarters of 24 to 25, correct?
That is correct.
Question, it says St. Clair Shores, in the fee schedule they had sent, St. Clair Shores Public Library with the amount, then there's an amount underneath that it's the same amount, 1,840 for both. What is that amount?
So that is the amount for the Wi-Fi access. We get a centralized printer that goes for that as well, and the internet.
Okay, so I was just wondering because it wasn't labeled. I will move to approve.
Support. Moved by Ms. Rusi, supported by Mr. Kieran. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, 7-0. Thank you. 11C is request to approve the Overdrive purchase order for downloadable digital media services. Stephanie Fair.
So Overdrive, also known now as Libby, is our digital content. So it provides residents access anywhere they want for ebooks, audiobooks, and magazines. The library has subscribed to this service since 2016. As of May 30th, 2024, we have circulated over 36,000 items. And due to patron request and demand for e-resource materials, the budgeted service for this item is $20,000. So it would be my recommendation for City Council to approve the Overdrive download digital media services purchase order.
Yeah, I use it. I like it.
Yeah, it's a great service.
Oh, sure is. Mr. Karen?
Thank you. So Stephanie, for this one, do we basically get charged like for each item that gets digitally checked out and then that just builds up? And
It
so you have a
depends.
20,000 till you get to the end of the year?
So it would depend. We actually share the Overdrive with the whole cooperative system, but the 20,000 is the content that we're making sure that our residents are getting first use of. Sometimes you pay by item, and sometimes you pay for it and you keep it forever. So it really just depends. And then we have someone who works on that content for the residents based off of their needs and wants.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Frederick, supported by Mr. Karen. Mr. Rebello?
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
You do a great job in there.
Thank you.
And I know we had a long time librarian there, and you know what? You guys didn't never miss the beat, and I
Thank you.
commend
I
you.
appreciate that. Thank
You
you.
have a great little building
We have a
there.
good team, so thank you very much.
Moved by Mr. Frederick, supported by Mr. Karen to approve the purchase of the Overdrive downloadable digital media service, the amount of $20,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, 7-0. Thank you. Oops. 11D, request to award the tax and water assessing printing services contract. Vicky Shipman, the assessor.
Good evening.
Good evening, Vicky.
So I am asking for approval to award the bid for very exciting stuff, our tax bills, water bills, I already said tax bills, water bills, assessment notices, and personal property statements. I recommend going with the lowest bidder, Renkim Corporation. Although the lowest bidder, they are a reputable company, they are local, they are familiar with our BSNA software vendor, so they do know how to navigate that. They are willing also to waive any setup fees. You had any questions?
Sure. Mr. Rebello?
What's the advantage of this for you, buying this year?
I'm sorry?
What's the advantage of getting this year for you? How does it help you?
Going out to bid for this?
Yeah, like purchasing this.
I mean, we have to pay a vendor like this, you know, for these services, and we have not gone out to bid ever,
Yeah,
that I believe.
Yeah, this isn't really like a soft, this is actually, they actually are the ones who does all of our tax billings, our water billings, everything. So they mail them out, that's why you have like the mailing price, everything. So we submit it to them, the billing goes right from them, and that's what all the residents receive with their tax billing. This is something we've always, this is a program, it's not a program, it's a
'Cause
service.
I know the postage has gone up, it affects you too, right? It's gone up like twice this year.
You send them all the addresses and boom, they put it on a big machine and print the whole thing and envelope it and boom, out it goes.
Yes, all of the data. So like the water bills, for instance, we're all familiar with what happened with our current vendor. And what our current vendor does is it takes that data set and puts it into a very professional water bill. So when we went to print and fill in, we got a lot of calls because it didn't look the same. So this company would be able to do the same. So it wouldn't be a PDF that goes so that it's just printed out and maybe doesn't look as official or professional. It would be a data set that would go to them, similar to what we have now.
You good? My question is, do you evaluate their security system regarding, because now they have our information and that. I mean, I'm a little bit familiar with them, right? They do all kinds of warranty work and all that kind of stuff. But we've investigated that regarding, cybersecurity, whatever, because now they have our data.
Yeah, I mean, I can check. They are not getting anything that isn't public information anyways, first of all. So even though Doxum did have like a security breach, as far as with their server, nothing that they receive from us is confidential.
Okay.
So it's all public information, so there was no risk to any of our residents from that.
Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. Question on the bid submitted by the lowest bidder. Part of the difficulty, I think, in comparing some of these bids is even the variation in the cost of postage.
Yes.
And which is surprising to me because you would think postage would be a constant, a constant factor amongst every company because it would cost the same for every company to send something by mail.
So it's how they mail them, whether or not they require us to get the mailing permit or if they're going to provide it. So that's why we had them put postage separately. And also, as you said, just went up today. So
That was my second question. Is the cost in here reflective of that increase that just hit today, or is this reflective of the prices that were yesterday and
yesterday,
Okay,
yes.
so-
It's not updated for today, but we did have them separate. So on the bid tabulation sheet, if you look at the per unit prices, that is just the cost to print, sort, mail, not postage. So that we kind of took postage out of the equation, and it's listed what they stated on the bid tab sheet directly underneath their vendor name. So you can look at the per parcel unit price for each type of service, and that's more comparable because postage is so, it is fluctuating, but some companies didn't include that cost, and like I said, that maybe because they want to use our permit. Like, we would have to pay for a permit for the assessing department or water department with the post office in order to get that bulk rate discount.
And is this company, they're utilizing their own permit, correct?
They are, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. So this is for just this next year then?
Correct.
Okay, so, so I think, was there any request to do multiple years in the bid or just
No, I
one, just because we were
didn't-
trying to get it fixed from the last company?
Yes, I mean, I didn't really think there was an option to do multiple years.
Okay.
So.
Well, I probably, since we haven't gone out for bidding this in a while, right?
Right.
So I think it's great that we did that. We do have the fluctuation of postage prices that is always going to happen. So probably going into next year, when we have to do that again, ask them, hey, for just the printing and folding services, that's one line item price and what that potential increase would be over a few years, so we don't have to do it every year. And then just the postage is what it is. And that, and maybe, and have that separated, calculated out, so it'd be
I
think it
do
went
feel
fine.
though,
It was
even
fine.
though I didn't put
Consistent.
it in the bid, Renkim did submit in their bid packet a 3-year contract.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Okay, so.
I think one of the
guess,
big.
Would it be okay to approve the 3-year contract if we've asked for it?
Was it bid out?
So it was bid as a single year because of the fact of knowing that we're gonna have to switch and not knowing, we're gonna do a new company. Working out all the kinks, working everything out, there is no setup charge. So if they would have had a setup charge, it would have made sense to actually get a longer extension because we would have had an upfront cost. But because they're waiving the entire upfront cost and there is no upfront cost, we're able to actually see how they operate, what the bills look like, how well they perceive our information, how timely they get it out, that there is no security breaches. It gives us that flexibility, and then we can ultimately go back out to bid or see if they'll hold their prices or do an extension at that point because there is one here. But I would just recommend going to 1 year because it is a new contractor.
Okay. And then, and I think last thing probably, this requires a blanket PO at some point.
Yep.
So probably the next meeting, just have that as part of the consent agenda.
Okay.
Because I think that has to get broken down among multiple budget numbers, correct, Renee?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Frederick?
Thanks, Mayor. Vicki, do we have any idea of how many people pay online and how many people mail it back?
I don't have specific numbers.
So do we have any way of tracking that? I would imagine we would. The only reason I'm asking is I know you had some information here about including an envelope it's a half a penny or savings if we don't include an envelope, but at some point in time, not now, but we should be going pretty much as digital as possible. And it's probably a money saver for us too. So maybe there's a way maybe this new company has a way to track that. I don't know.
I can definitely check and look into
Okay.
it and see.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
From Point and Pay, if I can get any information, I'm sure they would have that as well as far as payments we're receiving.
Go. And then that would be an address that we could, flag in some way, and then maybe we can save on envelopes. Okay, thank you.
Motion be in order?
Move to approve.
Support. Moved by Mr. Frederick, supported by Mr. Rebello to award to Renken the amount of $106,011. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
11E is request to approve the purchase of clamp loader truck. Mr. Lent.
Mr. Babcock is on vacation, so I will be taking this item today. The current clamp truck, which is number 32, is a 2006 GMC clamp loader truck with approximately 83,844 miles. Some of the multiple uses of this vehicle. We use this to clean up the residential garbage or other waste at locations with code enforcement violations. We use this for quick cleanup of downed limbs and trees after storms, cleanups from the nautical mile coast cleanup events, daily use to assist with tree trimming and tree removals, fall leaf cleanup, transport and plant new trees, hauls materials for quick loading and unloading. The total maintenance of the life of this vehicle so far has been $62,000. The vehicle has been in the shop probably more than it has been out of the shop recently. The biggest problem with it is the truck is constantly always breaking down the field, and then we also have a tow charge to actually tow it back to the yard to be able to fix on it. This was budgeted in your budget, and this is also the National Purchasing Cooperative Sourcewell, which is a national bid consortium. And this is the lowest bid through the Sourcewell's consortium, and the price is the $225,000. So the specs, the picture, and everything are in your packet.
Questions? Mr. Karen?
So for this particular vehicle, was this the only, or I guess, let me put it this way. Based on all the national pricing for similar clamp loaders, was this the lowest price one?
That's correct, through Sourcewell Print, yep, through the Sourcewell bid consortium. And the price you can see is like, oh, why did it match up with the budget?
Well, yeah, he knew it beforehand because it's set for a while.
Yeah.
But I guess that just wasn't clear because we didn't actually see what other vehicles there were. We just had the one line item list for the 225,
Yep.
so, okay. Move to approve.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Karen, supported by Mr. Frederick. Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. Just a point about the yellow memo, I guess. Previous action, City Council approved the purchase as part of the 24-25 budget. We're not really approving purchases as part of the budget. It's including the budget, but if, if we pass the, 6-inch budget book and that's then taken by administration, then we approved every single line item in there. I will never vote for another budget again because I always have a few disagreements. So I think that needs to be reworded a little bit differently.
sure.
And I would.
I'll let Brian know.
Yeah, I think everyone up here would have, I would think we could vote for a budget then if literally at that point we're approving every single line item and purchase in that book.
Understand, I apologize.
Thank you.
Mr. Vitale?
Is part of this motion that we put this existing truck out to auction versus trade-in, since that's?
Should be.
Yep.
Okay, it lists both, and I want to make sure that we're
Get the
putting it
best
to
value.
auction.
Best value is for an auction.
Okay.
Moved by Mr. Rebello.
Okay, Dustin, you already know what I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
This is one of those things that I just got to add. is it really, I mean, I see how it's described, is it really in that bad of a shape?
It is. Like I said, we have the work history report on it. $62,000 is what we have spent just in repairs on this vehicle. Majority of those expenses have been in the last 3 to 4 years. And the expenses that the $62,000 that is listed that has been spent on the vehicle, that does not also include any of the towing for when it does break down and it's out there. And anytime you're lifting up trees or any kind of plantings, that kind of stuff, if that clamp breaks and the tree falls, that is probably a safety risk that we do not want to take the chance on.
So in your opinion, this thing's shot?
It is shot.
It comes from our rubbish fund account?
It does. It comes out of our rubbish fund. Majority of the uses that is used is to clean up for, like I said, the waterfront. It cleans up for all of our, any individual for large trash that's out. It also picks up, and we use it for code enforcement for issues as well. So, yeah.
Good. Moved by Mr. Karen, supported by Mr. Frederick, to purchase from McQueen Group for $225,000 and auction the other one. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0. Thank you. Item 11F, request to award the contract for St. Lucie School for temporary partition for temporary police department. Chief Allen, good evening.
Mayor and council. We're here tonight to talk about the temporary work to be done at St. Lucie School as part of the lease agreement that council approved back in June. Parts of the school will need to be partitioned off to make a front desk area, a booking room area, and to secure the police and fire administration areas from the rest of the church and the rest of those portion of the school building that will exist. So this went to public bids. 3 bids were received. The cheapest came in from CNS Construction Management Company at $34,500. They are the low bidder. If we include a 10% contingency fee, the total of that comes to $37,950. And we do recommend that that be approved.
Questions? Ms. Rusi.
Thank you. 2 questions, I guess. One, what's the status of the AOD contract? We approved it, but it was contingent upon some further negotiations on the attorney fees paragraph.
There were 2 contingencies. One was to reduce the percentage of how much we would pay in case we held over, and the second one was some unfortunate attorney fee language that they had in the lease. And I spoke with the attorney for the Archdiocese. They agreed to the changes 3 or 4 weeks ago. Quite frankly, I called him again today. He said he had advised their law firm to make the changes and get it to us, but for some reason he said they must have, that must have slipped through that law firm's cracks, and that he would contact them today and get it out to me. So everything that we wanted was agreed to.
Okay, and you will send that to us then upon receipt?
As soon as I have it,
Okay,
yes.
great,
We'll put
thank
it in
you.
the consent agenda too, so everybody
Okay,
has the record.
perfect. And the next question is on the bid itself. You're recommending CNS Construction Management. In the request for bids, there were a number, I'm not sure, did we receive every document that was submitted in the, because there's a whole list under paragraph 12 for competency, tabulation of other work now under contract, listing major parts of the work which are proposed to be sublet. There might not be any. The experience of the bidder's key personnel, certified financial statement, evidence that the bidder is licensed. Did we get any of that, those documents?
In the language for the bid, Chris Ray's head of the engineers, it says if you haven't worked for the city before, you wanted all your backup information, so we didn't have to do reference checks on you. CNS has worked for the city before they did the renovation of the bathhouse at, or the bathrooms
So they've
at
submitted
Bryce
that.
Park.
So we have experience with them and they've submitted that?
Yes.
Previously?
Yes.
Okay. Where does that state that, if they've worked for us before?
I thought it was just before the bid. I can send it to you, but I had changed it under the bid form. It should be either just before or just after the bid form, where it asks for the references.
No, I'm looking at the things in paragraph 12.
Let me see if I can find it on.
Okay, thank you.
Move to approve.
Mr. Fredericks has moved to approve.
Support.
That's Mr., can you find that, Mr. Reyes? Like to see it, right?
Contingent on.
It's on R1, contractor
R1.
that have not worked for the city of St. Clair Shores shall submit the references with their bid in it.
Where, oh,
R1, sorry. It says R1 top right.
there's a lot of
I
different.
know, it goes, I think an S, and then it goes kind of in, it is weird.
C,
Then it goes to S, and then.
S. Okay, can I see
R1
that?
is references.
Okay. Yeah, these are the references. This isn't the submittals in paragraph 12. That's just the references. Paragraph 12 include the tabulation of the work now under contract, a listing of the major parts of the work to be sublet, which might be none, the experience of the bidder's key personnel, certified financial statement, evidence that the bidder is licensed to do business. I'm not just talking references, which, yes, we wouldn't need references if they'd done work before, but things about the tabulation of the work now under contract would still be pertinent and would have changed since they did a bathhouse, given that was a few years ago. Why would we put that in the request if we're not going to?
That was just information I must have missed striking back out, because originally I had all that for everybody.
Yeah.
But getting bidders to show up has been so difficult, I was trying to shorten up the requirements.
Well,
And
it
so-
takes a page and it's a whole
Yeah,
page.
I understand. The
And then
other
down
form,
here. And so they saw this and they thought, oh, I'm just not going to have to submit this? It says it's a requirement. I'm not talking the reference page, which is contingent upon not having done work. I'm talking about the paragraph 12 documents, which are not contingent upon that.
there was no question on it, so I'm gonna assume I'm gonna assume they assumed that it wasn't required based on R1 overriding that.
That's a lot of assumptions, because R1 is just a list of references. It's not the financial statement, it's not the tabulation, the other work now under contract, which wouldn't be reflective of any references.
Generally, those would be things we require in bigger contracts, so I was using an old contract of the cities to edit it. Obviously, it was not struck as it should have been, but
It's in the
these
Cedar,
are-
it's in the Cedar one too.
yeah, no, I used them both the same templates, exactly.
That's a time saver. I just don't understand if we're saying that, I guess, we can always, I'm just really surprised that they didn't even question that. They just decided, I'm not going to comply with what's being requested.
Like I said, usually for a larger project that's bonded, you're gonna want all that stuff. This is an under $50,000 project. Those
I
kind
know,
of things
but
would
it's
just,
in here. I mean, regardless, it's in here
it's not the
as
fault
a
of the.
requirement.
I don't think it's the fault of the contractor,
Whose
or
fault is
any of the
it?
contractors.
Whose fault is it then?
I'd say it's mine for not making sure that was struck out.
But then they replied to it and didn't submit it. It just, I don't understand that. Okay.
Other questions? Motion by Mr. Frederick, supported by Mr. Rebello, to approve up to with the contingency for $37,950 to the low bidder CNS Construction Management. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
6-1, it passes. Thank you. Item 11G is request to award the contract for renovations of 22341 Cedar for the temporary fire department. Chief Piper.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is the property that the council's aware of that was going to be used hopefully for the police department, temporary quarters. That plan didn't pan out, so we were able to take a look at it to repurpose it for our operations during this period of time. So what we're hoping to do is put a little bit of money into the Cedar House, raise the roof in the garage so that we can park an ambulance in there and enable us to keep one of our squads in the central part of the city during the time period of the renovations on Central Station. We put it out to bid. The city received 2 vendors that came in with their bids, and then we were subsequently able to get the lower bidder to actually break theirs out a little bit so we could see the price different, how much that was the garage. Originally, the RFP also requested some work in expanding the bathroom,
And that looks like it may be a little bit cost prohibitive for what we want to do. I mean, if it's the council's wish, obviously we can do the whole thing, but I think based on what we're looking at doing, we may scale back a little bit and just keep the ambulance crew. We were originally looking at putting the battalion chief out there as well, but keeping 2 people there, we can reallocate that other 50-something thousand of that bid and just do the garage bit.
Mr. Vitale.
What is the plan for 22341 Cedar once our police and fire projects are complete?
That will be up to council. If council would like to, we have the options to sell the property. We have the option to keep the property. As we've mentioned before, that is kind of a tight area. So if there is any indication of council wanting to keep it, to expand on our property and demo the location, we have options. So I don't think there's any major
Okay. Well, it sounds like some of the bathroom renovations, the reason I asked that, of course, is that we're going to spend a bunch of money on this to turn it into an unsellable property. Nobody, I saw a urinal on
It would
there.
turn
I think
into
it-
essentially a commercial restroom.
Right.
So,
Yeah,
and
we
it has
wouldn't
a
want to
fairly
turn a
nice
commercial restroom, I always
residential
sell it
restroom
when
right
we're
now.
done with it.
That's why we also decided not to do that, or not recommend that project for the bathroom.
And just to make a correction to something the chief said, we're not actually raising the roof. We're raising the header so that we can put a taller garage
Yes.
door on.
It's not on fire currently, so I don't get into all the
Yeah.
technical terms, but yes, sir.
Well, trust me, if you're raising the roof, it costs a lot more than that. I do see that it has a commercial door on there, or was we using like a firehouse type door on here?
Basically, we're gonna use a standard width double garage door,
Okay.
but it does have to be 10 feet high, which is
Yeah,
a
they
little
make
higher than
those that are
normal.
attractive.
Yeah, That's basically what we're specking out. We need 10 solid feet of clearance, and
Okay.
currently, right now, we can't get that.
So it's an additional panel on a standard door.
Maybe 2 panels, yeah.
And we have some,
And it's a heavier gauge door than a standard residential door, so if it's a little faster, you don't have to worry about it breaking down and trying to get the ambulance out.
well, my thought is eventually, you know, if the house were to go for sale, hey, you can get a boat in here. You know, maybe it becomes a selling feature for the home.
On a trailer.
Okay. All right, well, if we've cut the bathrooms out of this, then I will go ahead and make a motion to accept the bid.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Vitale, supported by Mr. Frederick. Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Since this is a home that was originally bought using drug forfeiture funds, correct?
To my knowledge, I believe that's where the council decided to pull the money out of, yes, sir?
Well, no, that's where it was, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because in that discussion, and Jamie, this is, this all goes to the past discussion when we bought this with the intention it was going to be used for the police station. Back then I had asked, because part of the DLEF regulations was that they be contacted to get confirmation that it was an allowable expense. And when I asked if that was done, the only response I got was, no, it's allowable expense. I didn't get that there was any confirmation or even that there was a follow-up afterward. And now we're taking something that was bought using police drug forfeiture funds and repurposing it to use for the fire station. And I still don't have confirmation that even buying the house was an agreed upon expense through the federal agency that governs this. So, did we ask?
Chief Allen, can you?
So, question was,
Yep. come on
did
up.
we ask DLEF if this house that was bought with DLEF funds can get repurposed for a temporary fire station?
To answer your first question, it was submitted to the agency that oversees the allocation of those monies, and it was approved.
Okay. Can you provide that confirmation? Because we didn't have that the last time we bought the house.
I believe the finance department has that paperwork.
Can that be provided? Okay, thank you. So now to repurpose it for a fire station versus police use, is that allowable?
That we'll look into.
Temporary fire station.
Right.
I was
It's
gonna
not,
say too,
it's not,
so
So we didn't ask. That's the answer. We didn't ask it, right?
So the purchase of the property was twofold. One, wasn't necessarily to use the house, because if council remembers, it was to potentially demo that location. We had no indication of actually utilizing it. It was to add to the square footage.
Of the police station.
Of the property.
Police property,
Yes, to be able to do different stuff. Even as part of the renovation right now, there are additional easements for where the cell towers, I would say ancillary, there's, I'm trying to remember, and Christian maybe would help me, not the cell tower itself, but down on the base, they actually have ground lease from the city. And where we're redoing the building, some of those ground leases are gonna have to be pushed into a little bit of that back corner of where that property is.
Okay.
So there is still gonna be utilization of that property for police services, as well as that building is going to be utilized for additional square footage. At the current moment, it's sitting empty. The recommendation, and we will have to just double check just to make sure, but the whole purpose of buying that property was the addition to the police department, and that's still the intent of the purchase of that property. We're just utilizing the building right now as a storage location for our EMS.
Right, but that's not part of any of the plans that we already looked at today, right?
No.
Yeah, it is. Right. Do you utilize that? It's part of our relocation fees that are in the budget.
For the fire, but it's not part of the eventual police department building.
No, a portion of that backyard will, potentially a portion of the backyard, yes.
So if we ever wanted to resell it, we'd have to parcel off part of the backyard to make that city property and
yes,
change property lines and all
It's such a
that.
small area back there, but yes.
Okay, but bottom line, we didn't ask if this was allowable to change to a fire use.
We
even
would
on a
check
temporary
before we
basis.
start the construction project.
Ms. Rusi?
I had the same procedural question written down. We purchased this with drug forfeiture funds. To my knowledge, it hasn't been ever used for any sort of police purpose. And now we're talking about converting it for fire use. And my question was going to be, did we okay this with the regulatory agency? And it doesn't sound that, I mean, knowing that there are guidelines about what's allowable and what's not allowable. I mean, could we say, well, maybe the new police department will include an ice rink, so let's buy a Zamboni. Oh, no, it's not going to include an ice rink. Well, let's just give the Zamboni to Civic Arena, and that's how we get a free Zamboni for Civic Arena. I'm not sure if this is okay under the guidelines for participation in this drug forfeiture program. I have questions about this. I wouldn't feel comfortable with this. And then also the same thing, given the same form was used, the paragraph 12 documentation wasn't submitted either.
Mr. Bello?
I'm just throwing this out here. Can the fire department rent it from the police department? Is that legal?
No, so.
And I have a second question. Bob, by voting yes for this, are we doing something wrong? Is it illegal?
Now that it has come, that it was purchased with DLEF funds, I think the question is a fair question, needs to be checked out before we use it to see if it's a permitted use. And also looking to the future, if it does turn out, as there was some discussion tonight, that property ends up getting sold back, I would suspect, without having done the research, that the money would have to be redeposited into the DLEF fund.
Of course. That is correct, and I was going to state as well, so to piggyback off that, Bob, if we end up finding out that it is not capable to utilize for fire, even though it's for the police, the grounds of it is to add to the police landscape. If we determine that it's not eligible, we are able to put that money back into the DLEF, utilize the money that's in the DLEF. We have plenty of purchasing that's going to be happening, as you guys see with this police building, that we would be able to utilize that money and just reallocate where the funding is coming from. We automatically have to spend the money anyway, so if we're not eligible to, the problem is in order to get these projects ready for move out and relocation, if we do table this and we do have to come back and we find out that it is an eligible expense and we were able to move forward, and now we're waiting over a month to be able to bring it back. Now the construction is not happening on that house. and we have fire that's gonna need to be housed and moved over to a different location. So we'll be able to, over the next few weeks, be able to figure that answer out and then be able to get back with council. If it is an eligible expense, not an eligible expense, if it happens to not be an eligible expense, it's a transfer of money back to the DLEF to be able to make the financing work, which like I said, there are plenty eligible expenses through DLEF that would be eligible for the total ARPA project anyway. So the ARPA money wouldn't come out of, this building wouldn't come out of ARPA money, it'd come out of DLEF.
Mr. Vitale.
That was essentially what I was going to suggest too, is that we just look at what this property will probably sell for more than we paid for it, and we can repay DLEF fund and hopefully keep the profit.
Mr. Frederick?
So does the motion need to be changed subject to
The
finding this out?
DLEF approval.
Okay.
So Mr.
I'll amend the motion.
Mr. Vitale made the motion.
Yeah, I'll amend the motion to include verbiage for the city attorney to find out if this is an eligible DLEF usage,
Temporary fire
and
safety,
if
fire housing.
the property can simply be sold back and repay the fund.
Support by Mr. Frederick on that.
Absolutely.
Other questions? To award that a bid to CNS Construction Management, the amount of $34,500. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
No.
5-2, it passes. Thank you. 11H is request to approve the emergency repairs mode remediation at Fire Station 2.
So this item here was for when we discovered some mold in the wall at Station 2. We pretty quickly found out that the cost was going to exceed the $15,000 mark to come to council. I spoke with the system manager, and we got that ball rolling to help the council become informed, kept getting our bids, went through that process, and then at this point, it's been remediated, and we're at the point where in order to complete the remediation so that we can then close the wall back up, we have two avenues that we can go. One is to replace pretty much all the outside plywood and studs in the two affected walls, which has an increased cost of about $2,500. And that replaces all the wood and gets those two walls fixed 100%, and then continue the process and get everything buttoned up. The other option two in there that comes into play is something that we've been talking about for a while, even before the buildings came up, as would it be nice to do? And then as the building project came up, when we're talking about extra floor space for the additional firefighters that either way are gonna have to get housed at Station 2, was the possibility of enclosing the front vestibule, which effectively removes these two walls, which does two things for us. One, it 100% gets everyone comfortable that that problem is gone, because not only did we replace it, it's all gone. And then enclose that area, adding some square footage to the building, with the hopes that that will increase that footprint. And I know there's been a lot of discussions tonight, but possibly that could be part of this. Use that portion of this add-on to the remediation may possibly be able to use as in our line item for the building temporary quarters for the project for the new central station. You've got that, you got the council packet. I'm happy to answer any questions that arise from it.
Ms. Rusi?
Is there a mold report? I've had a couple residents ask me for that.
I have the mold report, yes, ma'am.
Could you send that to us, please?
I certainly can.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Karen?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Vitale?
Just to kind of build upon, in meeting with the firefighters at all three stations, South Station, this area in particular was pointed out to me as something that none of the firefighters liked. So it basically is kind of a trash collection area that, and they didn't even know at the time the issues with the mold. So they already didn't like it. It's kind of a cheap way to add some square footage and reconfigure that South Station, which we're talking about doing anyways. So, you know, I would make a motion to accept the quote from, who are we?
Adams.
Adams.
Complete cleaning and restoration.
Yeah, it's just, this isn't norm, I'm having some real bad eye problems.
Approve emergency repairs.
Okay, Adams Restoration, 16,000.
No.
No.
In the amount of $39,136.33. Yes. It's on the it's on the next page.
Support.
It's just my eye, I had surgery on this eye and it periodically starts watering and I can't see out of it.
I thought it was those fish flies you were talking about.
We've been here
Is that a
almost-
complete enough motion?
It is. You've made the motion to award to Adams Complete Cleaning and Restoration the amount of $39,136.33. Do we have support?
Support.
Moved by supported by Mr. Frederick. Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chief.
council.
Item 12 is consent agenda.
I'd like to separate the bills 12A and progress payments 12C and move to approve the rest.
Support.
I want
Yes.
to pull 12I.
12I. So we have a motion by Mr. Karen, supported by Mr. Frederick, to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 12A, 12C, 12I. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 12A, Mr. Karen.
Thank you. Just some questions in terms of us going through all the bills. First off, on page 7 of 39, there are a couple expenses on here for beautification, which should not be. There's a Home Depot CR services, and I think that was a split out for multiple other things, but beautification didn't buy anything from Home Depot. And then there's a landscape services for holiday lights at Donaldson. That should be coming out of miscellaneous, not out of beautification, since all the tree lighting was not to come out of the beautification budget.
Okay.
So we had those two. And then,
Hold on, Mr.
Yep.
Lent has a question.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Just so I'm asking council, because we did look back, beautification has paid that bill for the last
When we
multiple years.
individually had contracted for it, we did. When community garden and beautification went up to $6,000 because we were paying for years lights at 11 and 94, the northern part of the city, Donaldson, and at Masonic. That was coming out of the beautification budget. Since that kept drastically increasing, it was agreed to that the city was going to pay that out of the whole Christmas light expense and not have that come out of beautification.
I just wanted to make,
And
because
that, so-
even last year it came out, so I was just making
Yeah.
sure, okay.
Yep.
All right.
And then overall, I think that the overall expenses on all the Christmas lights kind of needs to get looked at, because there are just certain, like, for example, under court, there was a holiday light removal at court that was like more than putting lights up at other places. And we didn't have that many lights at court. So I'd be willing to sit down and just kind of like go through the invoices and just kind of make sure that we're capturing them right. And then if you start adding them all together, we're way over, taking out what Tifa pays for, but for everything else in the city, we're way over 15,000 for all the separate decorating. So that probably should go out as a bid package. Because it never has. It's all been individually priced out by each group. And now it's all kind of getting merged together, coming out of miscellaneous, line item, that we probably should consolidate all that and put that out for bid. It says on the Christmas lights, Christmas lights. Under police, building repair, spectrum, wireless, cabling, security camera relocation, I think that is for the police station. It was like $12,025. I'm wondering why we're relocating if we're going to be demoing soon. Kind of what was going on there.
That was for us starting to do some of the work at St. Lucy's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
and that's allocated in the ARPA budget, and you actually see where it says already spent. So that was just some of the projects of St. Lucy's.
So I guess going forward, for all that, because there is a separate ARPA grouping, so should we be putting those expenses under ARPA if it's for so we start spending that money down?
So, because
some of that project, we actually had money allocated in building repairs for the current building that wasn't being utilized because we pretty much said, just don't do it.
Right.
So we've been documenting it. So it is documented in all even the budgets now. So it's all documented in there. It just came out of last year fiscal year's budget for building repairs for that. I think there's a total, I mean, it's in your ARPA.
Is it on that spreadsheet?
It is, yes.
All right.
So we made sure we kept everything there, even if it didn't come out of ARPA.
Okay. I guess maybe in the future, we need maybe something in the description that says ARPA or police,
Yeah.
you know, new police, new fire, things like that.
Okay.
And then actually, speaking of ARPA, the one other thing I had on here, under ARPA grants, we did have 2 payments in here for Cunningham Limp, totaling $17,500. Understanding that's probably just closing out last year's value, but why wouldn't that be in as a progress payment? Since it's going to a construction manager firm?
Yeah, it probably should have been, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I guess just to kind of keep procedure then to send those invoices out, just like they would be in a progress payment.
Yep.
And then just overall looking at the pool expenses, a couple things that stood out there that Rob perhaps follow up on. I've been seeing this for several months. I know the pool and the harbor, they've got some very nice embroidery shirts. I don't think anyone else does that. Maybe start to economize there a bit. Notice we're buying all the pool chemicals from Pool Town as a bunch of separate invoices. I don't know why that's not being bought in bulk and that, but there are like 9 different invoices from Pool Town in that, right? And then also $1,000 on swim caps. I'm assuming that's for the sea serpents, but that seems to be a lot. So I guess really start looking at the expenses over there.
Specifically to your first one about the shirts, I have talked to Jay. Next year, we are going to look at other options just to make sure what we're getting is appropriate.
Yeah, because it ought to be a standard among all of our, I get, we want a uniform look for any of our temporary employees that are out meeting with people, but it should be the same standard across, whether you're at parks, marina, pool, same standard look probably across all of them, so.
Understood.
Yeah, so just economize there. All right. So with that, move to approve 12A.
Support. Moved by Mr. Karen, supported by Mr. Frederick to approve 12A. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed. 12C. Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Yeah, so question on, so there are 3 payments on here for Metropolitan Concrete for the senior center. First one's on here is $302,280.97. Payment number 2 is that exact same amount. And when I look at the paperwork, the first paperwork says payment 2. And then I look at the paperwork later in, it still says payment 2. So do we have the same payment in here twice? Or did we not get the right paperwork for the first payment?
There should have been payment 2 and payment 3
So-
for Metropolitan.
Okay.
So that may be a mistake in the paperwork. and my
Okay, so
apologies.
just cross off the first one.
I believe so, yes. The 2 payments are not exactly the same.
Okay. You want to just look, just to be, or make that motion?
Thank you.
Right, so that top one would just be scratched off?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So with that, make a motion to approve the progress payments, but delete the first line item.
I'll support.
Moved by Mr. Kieran, supported by Ms. Rusi. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed. Thank you. Mr. Rebello, 12I.
Yes, I just want to make sure, because if I start getting phone calls, which sometimes I do from these, this has to do with,
Can you have a mic on?
I think so. So this has to do with, we pulled the item agenda off here, of Agenda 5, the Alexander Levon
Yes.
Canal Dredge.
Based on the city attorney's opinion on how much money they brought in, and that didn't meet their ordinance, correct?
Okay, so that's what we're going to have in August.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
A,
coming back, yep.
a hearing on it.
Yep.
They didn't collect enough money, type of thing.
And yes, and we handed it over to Mr. Erie, and he concurred.
Okay, just wanted that for clarification.
No problem. Well, then, when you make that motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion to approve the request to amend the resolution to set a public hearing for the Special Assessment District Alexander Levon Canal, 2024.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Rebello, supported by Mr. Frederick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0 on that. And then we will go to item 13 is updates and follow-ups from prior meetings. Mr. Lent.
All right, so there's quite a few here, so I'm going to try to go through them. Ms. Rucci requested the footnotes be removed in the final contract for St. Lucy's. This was discussed earlier. It has been agreed to. We're just still waiting for the signed signature back, and it'll be put in your packet later. That kind of references number 2 as well. Ms. Rucci and Ms. Vitale requested that item 45II be negotiated or removed from the final contract with St. Lucy's. Once again, it has been amended per council's recommendation, and it'll come back in front of us. Ms. Rucci requested that going forward, council is made aware when we know we are going to have overruns on the budget. Finance will improve the process of informing council on the actual to budget comparison. Ms. Rucci subsequently requested that the finance reports be included in the weekly email to council from the clerk's office and be included as they receive and file on the consent agenda. As seen in this agenda, the major report are there, and it'll continue that process moving forward. Mr. Karen asked for a justification for the 6 new pickup trucks. In attachment A is a summary of the 6 vehicles the DPW proposes to purchase. Also included are the vehicles they will replace and where those vehicles will be transferred to. Historically, we have tried to purchase pickups every couple of years out of the utility funds and move the used pickup trucks to other departments such as Parks, Building Maintenance, or CDI. Currently, the Water Department has 10 employees and the need vehicles 10 employees that need vehicles. The proposed new vehicles will replace the existing vehicles. Currently, the Sewer Department has 8 employees. Of those proposed vehicles replacing existing will be moved to other departments. There's also an attachment that is also in the agenda as well for residents to be able to view. It actually states where the pickup trucks will be moving to, how many miles on, and then some of the replacement vehicles. The vehicles that will be going out to auction are a 2007 vehicle, a 2008 vehicle, a 2007 vehicle, another 2002 vehicle, and then a 2013 vehicle. Those are the 5 vehicles that we're recommending that will go back out to auction if these are purchased. So that attachment is attached. Mr. Karen asked for a better justification of the 12-mile water main and how that was picked. When discussing necessary water main projects, the team, DPW, and CDI look at the age of the pipe, the number of breaks, and the projected capacity needs for the water service. Also reviewed our planning street projects that could leverage the work on water main. For 12 Mile Road, the age of the pipe is 1927, and the material is ductile iron. We have had 7 breaks over the last 5 years. When breaks occur, a section of the main road has to be removed because the water main is underneath the road. With it being on a main road, it also requires 5 to 7 employees and additional vehicles and road closures. Mr. Karen asked for a 5-year projection on the motor pool. That is also attached in attachment B. Ms. Rucci asked that the performance evaluation information be sent to council. That evaluation form was forwarded to the mayor and council. Mr. Ribello asked that the bike path connections be looked at. CDI is exploring ways to ensure that access for all modes of transportation are available in St. Clair Shores. Mr. Vitale asked for a list of all easement and work that DTE and consumers have performed in the city. And attachment C is a list that was submitted through the permitting department through CDI.
Okay, can we hold on for a second there?
We can.
So this is this the list?
That was what's, yes.
Okay.
It sorry, did not print out well compared
It
to what
sure-
it looks like
yeah,
online.
It sure didn't.
I'll make sure you get an email version as well.
I can't, are there addresses on here?
It's not your bad eyes, I can tell you that.
Nobody can see it.
So, we will get you a better
Okay,
copy. It didn't print
good,
out
so
well.
that's
Yes,
completely
it's not your
legible.
eyes.
Also, I think there's a
There's an email in there attached.
miscommunication here.
Okay.
Can I see your sheet
You
here?
can.
Where was that item on your, no.
Oh.
in your follow-up that you just read from?
Number 10.
Okay. All easement work that DTE and Consumers has performed, which would be past tense, and in the email from Ms. Pike, it says, Mr. Vitale is again asking for locations of work from both Consumers and DTE that will require, that's future tense. I'm not interested in what they're going to do in the future because I want to check on their restoration. So I need to know what they have done, not what they will do. Will do doesn't do anything for me.
Understood.
Yep.
Understood.
Mr. Ribello requested another meeting be scheduled with the real estate brokers, agents, and developers. This initial meeting was a focus group held with the real estate agents as part of the master plan and public outreach. CDI will look at how to facilitate input from this group of community stakeholders in the future. But our master plans are updated every 5 years, and that was actually, that detailed information was sent in the master plan draft that was sent out to council as well. Mr. Karen requested follow-ups on 3 concrete pads for the disc golf that still don't have markers. We're currently working with the Disc Golf League to re-identify all pads in use and those no longer needed. Once identified, we will work to remove them. Mr. Karen requested the map of the disc golf be updated on the website. There is currently no map on the website. However, we will work with communications to create one and put it online in the very near future.
All righty, thank you. Item 14 is comments by individual council members. Ms. Burgess.
Well, I'm going to make these short since we want to get out of here. It's late. The Cool City Committee, we have our Wine on the Water event coming up this Saturday, July 20th from 6 to 9 p.m. It's going to be at Blossom Heath Beach House patio. It's $35 per person. This is a very cool first-time event that the Cool City's putting on. We have 200 tickets to be sold, and we've already sold, I think, 150 at this point. Right, Rob? And so it comes with free samples of wine. We're having the winery, yes, Sage Creek Winery is going to be there with samples, and with your ticket price, $35, you get 2 full wine pours once you do your sampling. And you can pick which wine you would like. It also comes with a pasta dinner. We're going to have a red and a white sauce. Live music is going to be there. We're going to have a guitar and a violinist. There's going to be a charcuterie box for each and every person, and also free gift. We're going to have some coasters that are going to be getting out. There's going to be a photo booth, and it's going to be a great event this Saturday. So if you want to get your tickets, you need to go to the Civic Center to purchase those tickets. Like I said, there's about 50 left, and it's going to be a great event right outside there. So we're hoping for great weather. Also wanted to mention the other Cool City event we're having is our citywide garage sale. Getting calls almost every day about this. Saturday, August 17th and Sunday, August 18th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And sellers can also do their garage sale on Friday. So you'll want to also register for that as well, which you can do at the Parks and Recs Department at the Civic Center. And that's, great Optimist golf outing that we had this past Monday and, Friday, and it was amazing and had lots of fun. It was the first time that I attended. This is the second annual, and looking forward to seeing this continue every year. So it was a great time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Kip is out of his seat, so I get to step in and call on people. So Councilman Ribello.
All right, just to piggyback on, you said with that, thank you, Mayor. The Optimist Club of St. Clair Shores, which was here a little bit earlier, piggyback on that event. Amazing, right? That was the second annual. Ron's involved with it. We're sort of on a committee, and I think we did a darn good job getting some prizes. And that was, it was a great event. Scholarships. We were after scholarships. So I want to thank Dave Rosema for showing up, St. Clair Shores resident. Brought his family to golf and stuff, so it was.
Gave a lot of balls.
It was truly a great event. Are we all done with the District 10 sidewalk program? Is it put to rest? No. Can you explain a little bit? Because I've been getting sort of some stray questions on this.
The markings are complete. Italia is currently working in East Point and will not be back to St. Clair Shores until September. We will be sending out a communication to all the residents, letting them know that the work will be done in September, starting in September.
So starting in September, we make another round back and,
Starting in September, we'll be doing the work that's been marked, and the residents
Okay.
have not done it on their own. Yes.
so if they still have complaints, are the complaints all put to rest as far as if a resident says, hey, why did you mark this? And
I am not aware that we've gotten any recently. We are
Okay.
still exploring some markings that residents have contested or been concerned over.
Okay. A little bit earlier, we had Brian Owens, who's of the Optimist Club, and Detroit-style pizza won a lot of stuff, which they have a great product. And I just wanted to say this guy's name. His name was Sean Randazzo, and he was part of Detroit-style pizza for a number of years, and he passed away. And it's too bad he couldn't see what he built, because it obviously turned into something good if people are voting for you for best pizzas and things like that. To Sean Randazzo, he was a friend of mine, and I knew him, and too bad I couldn't see him here today with that. Pool. I got a chance to go to the pool finally, and I think we did a great job with that pool. I know we spent a lot of money, and, it was another real old thing from the 1960s. So I just wanted to, I wanted to talk to Matt, I guess, after the meeting. I'm not going to bring it up. I just had a couple questions about the pool back there. And when did we do our last Paisley ratings? I'm sorry, Denise, I don't mean for you to.
The city engineer has gone through the city and is currently putting all of the Paisley ratings into the software, Road Soft, that they go in. Prior to this, it was 2020 when
Okay,
we did it. So he is currently calculating Paisley ratings. We are working on the updated transportation asset management plan. If you all recall, that was a disaster when it came here the first time. So you will be getting
I
that
like
in
that
July as promised.
We just skipped one, that's all.
Okay, so that was 2024, or 2020, rather, we last
When
did it.
Hennessy did it, it was 2020. We're doing it in 2024.
Okay, and a couple of just quick announcements. Got a lot of stuff going on. I mean, we had a nice agenda today for new businesses coming in, and I think that is outstanding. People are taking their pick, and they're picking St. Clair Shores, obviously, because these are some pretty big places that are coming in here, some pretty big businesses. And looking forward to it. And they're picking a nautical mile too. They're picking the downtown St. Clair Shores. So we're doing something right. They're choosing St. Clair Shores. And I'm proud to say I live here, and I love seeing this stuff happen. And one last thing I would have here is anyone that might know Barb Zinner, our county commissioner, her husband passed away.
Oh, no.
So just so you know, that was the word I got today from somebody. Okay?
Sad.
So, say a prayer for her if you know her. Okay? And that is all I have.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Rusi.
Thank you. First off, just an announcement from the Cultural Committee. We are having a kids' art table at the Nets Farmers Market Sunday, the 28th, would that be? 28th. 10 to noon, with Art Shack and Tracy, who owns the Art Shack. It's free, so if you're coming, bring your kids. Stop by the art table. We are located in the bathhouse, and you can make an art project with your children. We are also looking for new members of the cultural committee. If you're interested, check out scsmi.net. That's a city website. There's information on the committee and an application. It's just 2 pages. It's really easy. If you are interested in becoming a member of the cultural committee or one of our other numerous committees, commissions, and boards. Then just a couple of questions. I guess, Dustin, I know you're aware of the issue with the library website not being able to be updated since the fall. It still isn't updated. And it's not reflecting the summer hours, which has led to at least one person going down to the library on Saturday and finding out, oh, it's not open on Saturdays between Memorial Day and Labor Day. It's not showcasing the new events and things like that. I know it wasn't able to be updated due to an extended medical leave from somebody, but can we figure out a plan B or a plan C or something so we can get some updated information, some accurate information, at least about the hours out to people? Right now, if you go to the website, it's not a very up-to-date reflection of what we have going on.
They're actually working right now with communications and Aaron, and they're redeveloping the entire website with the same format of our city website, utilizing that license, and that's in the process.
Okay, that's fantastic. It was, I think it could be a little bit more user-friendly too, so hopefully that helps in the process.
For sure.
Just a quick silly thing. Could you check with Smart? They put a garbage can at the bus stop at Murder and Jefferson at that bus stop. And it was overflowing for weeks, and I was waiting to see when they emptied it, and they finally did. But the thing that really gets me about this brand new garbage can, I don't know if it's brand new, but this garbage can at this bus stop that's my adopter road. That's been my adopter road for 10 years. We never had a trash issue at that bus stop. I think one time I might have in 10 years picked up an old magazine and a beverage container. And now because the trash can's there, and they don't empty it very well or often, it's a trash magnet. Everyone walking by just puts their trash in. This is not trash that they normally would just throw on the grounds. Okay. No, but there's a convenient trash can. So they just throw it in the trash can, and then the trash goes on the ground because it's overflowing. So could you check with Smart about what the pickup schedule or whatever they have? Because I think it needs to be a little bit more frequent. That can does get used, and then it just becomes kind of a nuisance, I think. And that's not just me seeing it, people actually have messaged me about, because we have people who live right there at those condos. I don't even remember when this was, but this was at a previous meeting. We had a post office parking lot lease, and I don't know if we actually officially tabled it or not, but we sent it back to the drawing board, I think, for further negotiations with the post office on some terms, including the payment. Is there any update on that? I was thinking about the AOD contract, and I was thinking about, every time I'm at NIMAC, I see that little parking lot.
I'll have to check on that.
Okay, because it's been a while.
I thought it was finalized, but like I said,
Yeah, I don't think we approved it contingent upon anything. I think it would need to come back to us because it was bad. It was in front of us at one point for approval, and we didn't approve it. Okay. And finally, another thing I've heard, this is what happens when you get a month in between meetings. I get a lot of resident issues, not just about trash pickup, but another one this one's from a neighbor. The Rosedale Bridge over the Milk River. We get kids fishing there, which is great, it's nice, but sometimes they litter, and sometimes they talk to passing cars in not a nice fashion. This is what I've been hearing from someone who lives in the area. And I was just wanting to, maybe if the police drive by and just see, and, maybe a little bit of a presence there would deter that. Maybe we could get a sign and put it on the bridge and say, Rosedale Bridge, no littering, you know what I mean? Just something like that, because most of the people there are, they're fine, but I have noticed an uptick, and this was, again, somebody reached out to me in terms of maybe not every user being as respectful of the situation and the people who live right there as they should be. So maybe there's something we can do just to remind the users that, it's nice to use it, but please be respectful, because it's really, I have some pictures, somebody sent me of like what people were like throwing, and it's, yeah. So I just wanted to bring that up. I was thinking about that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Yeah, sad to hear that Steve Zinner had passed away. I know Barb had been telling me he's been sick for quite some time. She's been caring for him. He's a former Harrison Township supervisor, so also has a history of public service, just like Barb has been doing for the last 4 years as our county commissioner and trying to manage all that. So very heartfelt sympathies to both Barb and all of her children on his passing. So a couple of issues. The Stevens water main repairs, if we're not going to have the patching project until September, could someone go down there? I drove down there the other day and basically used cold patch to fill in where the water main connects were, and it was really rough. Like it was literally worse than the street was before, which is hard to do, but they did it. So if that can get looked at, whether some of that asphalt cold patching get evened out, or maybe even if that contractor is no longer available, maybe in DPW could do something to even out some of the lower bottom out spots would help. And also, what's the progress on the senior center parking lot? That's not part of the construction updates. And it seemed like we haven't, I was just scrolling through and I didn't find it. And it seemed like it hadn't been moving for the last couple of weeks.
They were supposed to be paving this week with weather. I'm certain they probably did not start paving today, but they are supposed to be paving this week.
Is that what the asphalt part of the parking lot, or concrete?
It's
finishing out the concrete?
I'm understanding that it's concrete.
Everything is concrete?
Yes.
Okay, got it, okay.
Yep. And they did not start today, but I think it's today or tomorrow, I think. I mean, tomorrow, I don't know, Tuesday or Wednesday, yep.
Okay.
To weather.
All right, thank you.
Oh, all right. Mr. Frederick?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. First off, just a couple of golf outing things coming up. The 2024 Adaptive and Special Needs Program golf outing coming up Wednesday, August 6th. Robert, we sold out? We're close to being sold out, so if you want to get that foursome in, head over either to the golf course or maybe even the Civic Arena, and you can get a foursome in. It's $125 a person. It's a great day. Breakfast, lunch at the turn, dinner, banquet, and all kinds of prizes. Also, to piggyback on Linda and Dave talking about the Optimist golf outing, what a great day. And Dave deserves a ton more credit than he accepted there, because it was through his contacts that we got a ton of prizes and a bunch of sponsors. I helped him because he would go, okay, go over to Sabby's and pick up the, so I was his gopher for that. But I got to tell you, I want to thank our top line sponsors like Edward Jones Investments up there right across the parking lot from Gaudino's, Maloof Jewelers, Bagnasco and Calcaterra Funeral Home, BAS Security, Michael Agnello Jewelers, McGovern Insurance Agency, Oak Ridge Markets, Landscape Services, State Farm, and then Steve Barkley State Farm, St. Clair Shores Hockey Association. And a great big thank you goes out to Shores Fireplace and Barbecue. Dwayne over there donated a $540 barbecue, which ended up being a door prize. What a great day. And it was the last thing we drew out there for prizes. And everybody stuck around for it. So what a great day out there. And again, much appreciated everybody that donated, came out, helped in some way, or volunteered. So just a reminder, and I hate to even say this because this is almost like the end of summer, Wednesday, August 28th, Shorewood Kiwanis Charity Car Cruise. And then in September, and we'll talk about this a couple more times, the Wakes for Kids, This is the 21st annual gala for them. It's on a Tuesday, September 10th. It's actually out at Penna's. This is one of our big fundraisers of the year. If you need a ticket or a pre-gala raffle ticket, call me. 586-808-3478. And I just wanted to mention a couple things going on at the library. Sorry, Dustin. Summer reading programs will continue through the first week of August. For details on how to register, enter to win prizes at events, and more, see the library newsletter or speak with a librarian at the library. The Friends Book Discussion Group will be meeting on August 14th at 1 p.m. in the library meeting room to discuss Beer Money, a memoir of privilege and loss by Francis Stroh. All are welcome and no registration is required. The Solinsky Green Farmhouse Museum's Garden Tea Party has been rescheduled to July 24th. It'll take place from 2 to 4 p.m. Tickets can be purchased at the door. Adults are $5. Children 12 and under are $3. Kids ages 1 to 3 and their caregivers are invited to Toddler Day drop-in Thursday, July 18th and August 1st. Both dates are from 10 to 11:30 a.m. Toys will be available in the Gilsdorf meeting room. Kids ages 3 and up are invited to embrace their creativity at a Crafternoon program on Friday, July 26th from 1 to 4 p.m. Craft materials, scissors, glue, tape, markers, everything you need will be available for children to create whatever they can imagine. Celebrate the end of another summer of reading fun at Touch a Truck on Tuesday, August 6th from 5 to 8 in the library parking lot. Explore vehicles from various city departments. So I want to thank all the departments for dropping off vehicles, play games, and participate in other fun activities. Teens in grades 6 through 12 can create mini survival kits at the DIY Mini Survival Kits program on Tuesday, July 30th from 2 to 3 p.m. Registration is required and begins July 16th. And pizza, and it's not left over from the Palooza, will be provided. Space is limited, so call soon. Make sure to join us for future events. As one patron stated at our craft program, it was a fun activity with just the right amount of instruction and encouragement. Thank you for a good time. Mayor, that's all I have today.
Thank you. Mr. Vitale.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll say that I think this has been our latest meeting that we've had, and I don't know how long. It's definitely gone late, so my apologies to everybody out in the audience who may be waiting to speak. Can we go up to this? Denise, this building here, are you aware of this? Is this on our radar? So when's this going to change? It's been like this for 2 months at least. Okay, yeah. We really need to do something in terms of ordinance that doesn't allow this just OSB as a building material that we have to get used to looking at on Harper and Mile Roads, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so yeah, please get an update on that.
Totally. It looks terrible.
Yeah,
Totally
yeah,
terrible.
right next to the beautiful Cadillac dealer. It's all rebuilt.
Yeah.
Next item is revisiting the Thiel Court power lines. The owners of the property are here tonight, and they're going to speak. I agreed to put some pictures up. Again, these are after pictures, after they relocated the lines. I think I showed you one of them where I took a yardstick and I had it held on its own between the power line and the tree, and I guess this is relocated, and now I'm looking at it, and I can see a shadow. It's so close to the tree. So, yeah, it's apparently in a slightly different location. So this was apparently what Phil Whitman gave us. At the same time, take note of that tree and how it's just growing over and destroying the fence. We go to the next slide. The fence isn't much to be concerned with anyways because it's installed with the bad side facing the property owners on the other side, which is incorrect. But then again, it's mostly rot and insects anyhow. And I want you to take a look at what's left of that tree. You can see the Mr. who lives in the home in the background. He's, I would say, a man of average height. That's probably a 6-foot ladder. And where does that tree end? That doesn't look like 10 feet to me. And that is a massive, massive tree. I was told a corkscrew willow. Is a corkscrew willow something we would plant in the city? on an easement? I don't think so. Yeah, can we go to the next one? Just to give you an idea where all these lines and everything are at, I mean, this looks like a beautiful scene from up north, except this is somebody's backyard. And in the rectangle is a power pole. And in the circle are power lines and drops that just run through all this forest. You go to the next one. Again, check out the size of that tree. Actually, there's a stump, and then there's another still growing tree. And then there's the basement wall at the home behind this. Now, I can't say for sure that these trees are destroying the foundation of the home behind it, but I can tell you this, I've been to a lot of homes where foundations have been destroyed by trees, and they look like this. And, you know, for the person who lives in that property that has the tree, what do they care? Their house is 200 feet away from that tree. It is not that far away from the other resident's tree. And I realize that some of this really crosses into the idea of civil and not necessarily the responsibility of the city. But then again, I believe that we have an obligation to lobby DTE to make this safe, and I don't feel it's safe right now. And I also don't feel that allowing that tree to be supposed to be 10 feet, that don't look like 10 feet to me, allowing that stump that's still growing to just remain there is an insult to the people who have done everything the city has asked them to do. They've had an arborist out there that pronounced the tree more than 50% dead. They finally were supposed to get rid of this tree. And somewhere down the line, some arborist opened his mouth up and said, well, I have to take the whole tree down. And I don't know anywhere else in the city where we would take down a tree and just say, well, that's good enough. We left this big rotting stump that's full of insects and animals and whatever. Was that my last one? Okay, that's the last one. So I'm going to let the homeowners are going to come up, speak on their own tonight, and they can maybe tell you some of what they've been put through. I only have the power to put the pictures up here. And that's all I have for tonight.
All righty, thank you. City manager's report?
No report.
Item 16 is audience participation, which is a 5-minute time limit. The views and opinions expressed under audience participation are those of the individual citizen only and do not necessarily represent the views and opinions of the mayor, city council, administration of the city of St. Clair Shores. Yes, sir, come on up to the podium and then they'll speak. We need your name and the city you reside in, and then I'll show you where you need to sign in afterwards. All right, sir?
So I'm Kevin Rutherford. I live on Euclid. So for the past couple years, across the street from me, people have been at times living in the backyard in tents, U-Haul trucks in the driveway, and different vehicles in the driveway and street. The house is treated like a halfway house and a truck stop, with multiple different people coming and going, washing their dishes in the driveway, changing clothes outside their vehicles, and water bottles full of urine in the street. I've spoken to code enforcement, the city attorney, and the police. According to the police, they are allowed to live in their vehicle in the street as long as they are not parked there between the hours of 3 and 5 a.m. According to the city attorney, there's nothing they can do about the situation. And according to code enforcement, there are no code violations or city ordinance on the books for like this. It's very concerning that anybody can just pull up wherever they want on a residential street in St. Clair Shores and decide they're going to live in their vehicle in front of your house. There's nothing you can do about it. Someone sitting there all day would know the schedules of every homeowner in the vicinity, when they come and go from work and everything in between. They could then use that information themselves or pass that information on to others. I'm sure no one here would like someone just decided to park in front of their house all day, every day, just as long as it's not between the hours of 3 and 5 a.m. Allowing things like this to continue will eventually lead to break-ins and possibly worse. So I'm here proposing 2 new city ordinances because of this situation. The first ordinance would state that no one is allowed to live in their property in tents or sheds, and no one is allowed to live in the vehicle in the driveway or street. And then the second ordinance would be a parking ordinance, which would only allow 1.5 hour standing/loitering in your vehicle on a residential street before you have to move from that particular parking spot. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, if you could sign in then, and then
Sure.
Could you also provide Denise Pike, and maybe, I'm not aware of the address, so maybe if you could give her the address.
Like I said, this has been.
Okay.
Abnormal sinister histories. Yeah, so this has been going on for years. I've been in contact actually with the narcotics officers, and they've been trying to bust them for that. Solicitation. I have everything on camera for years.
Okay.
I have pictures of them unloading their vehicles with couches and everything that they're using to live in these U-Haul trucks and vehicles in their driveway. And then if they're allowed to just sit there in the street and just, everybody's coming, they're watching all of our schedules. This guy, I had to go out there and then the police come and tell me, oh, there's nothing they can do about it. I had to, confront the guy myself and say, get out of my front of my house. I shouldn't have to open the door and see some guy sitting there and he's just living there. The problem with this house is it's every couple weeks, there's a new person that lives there. That's like and part of their duties is taking out the trash. It's a whole thing. And like I said, I'm just here trying to get these ordinances. I know there's not a lot you guys can do, but if we were to implement these new ordinances, I really think you could, nip those things in the butt before they become a worse problem. I mean, like I said, they're watching people come and go. I mean, my neighbor goes to work at 6:30, comes home at 7:30. He doesn't know what goes on. Hey, what happened? Oh, did you see anything on your camera? Somebody tried to break in my house. So these are the people that are sitting in front of here. And like I said, I got it all on video. I got pictures.
Okay.
And, it's, like I said, I know there's not a lot you can do, but if we could implement something here, I think it would, because like I said, this is only going to get worse.
Okay. If you just get let me look into it. If you put the address of that home, we'll see what we can do here.
Well, so what do you mean by you're going to look into it?
I just like to look at the home. I don't know the address of the home, and I'd rather have you write that address down.
Okay, so I'm not trying to argue. What's going to happen after that? You look into it, and then what's going to come of that?
Well, we're not going to get into, this is not a discussion between you here and there. We'll evaluate your request.
Okay, so
I'll talk to you after the meeting, too.
do you guys vote on these, or is it something you guys?
I'll talk to you after the meeting, and I'll give you the information, so if you don't mind staying, and then I'll just meet you real quick and explain
Okay,
the
I'm just
policy.
confused why you guys aren't, giving me information.
Yes, ma'am.
Now he's thinking of ownership.
You- Pull that mic down.
Okay. Mr. Vitale showed you the pictures.
And your name?
Janet Touts. We live on Thiel Court. This is DTE's. The answer is, here's the answer to our problem. The tree issue you contacted us about interferes with your service drop line. Like most utilities, DTE doesn't trim around the service drops. Customers are responsible for keeping branches and limbs away from the service drops. Since they do carry voltage, we recommend you hire professional tree service to complete this trimming. Unfortunately, most of you have a pole, a utility pole in your yard that you share with a neighbor. We don't. We have a utility pole that's about, 50, 70 feet in the backyard, the neighbor's yard. There are 5 people off this pole. The people who live behind us have decided to plant trees under the power line. Our power line is constantly, our power is on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. So it's no use calling DTE when the bulbs pop or where everything that is electric goes back to zero. You just keep resetting everything. Our basement wall is cracked and it's pushing forward. These people in this house on the east side, that house was demolished by a tree. Those people walked away penniless. They lost their house, they lost everything. I did contact the woman. She's still traumatized and does not want to talk about it. On the west side, a tree fell onto the garage and smashed the cars. Good thing that nobody was in the cars, they would have been dead. Same thing on the west side. If they had been at the back of the house, they would have been killed. So it's about $200,000 worth of damage. If my kitchen is pushed into my basement, that'll be another $300,000 house gone. So that's about $500,000 that they've destroyed, and nothing's ever happened to them. They just leave, they take off, not a problem. Well, also the tree is about 5 inches from the chain link fence. Ms. Johnson, who lives there, has already told us if anything happens to chain link fence, it's your fence, you fix it. I don't know what we're supposed to do if there's a tree there. This tree is huge. This tree almost didn't come down. It's, like I said, it's about 10 feet tall, it got cut down. in August of last year. We're waiting for this to get done. I called Miss Pike. I said, Miss Pike, what's going on? She said, we're done here. We're not doing anything. I said, what do you mean we're not? You missed the meeting. What meeting? We had a meeting last week. I said, where? When? What time? Who was there? Well, you missed the meeting. I said, Miss Pike, I wasn't home last week. Can you prove it? I said, well, yeah, do I need a note? Is this like school? I can get one from the neighbor who brought in the mail and the other people, but I said, I'm not a kid. This shouldn't be necessary. If I say I wasn't home, I wasn't home. So it finally did get, but it didn't get down. It's still this, 10 feet high. It is pushing on our basement. It's pushing down the fence. It was over the house. And like I said, there's probably 50 trees on this property. They have done $200,000 worth of damage. If my kitchen falls into the basement, I don't know. They'll just leave. They won't do anything. Edison came. They cut a little hole where our power line was. That lasted for about 2 weeks. On the other one, they raised that. They raised that about 2 feet high, so now it rubs further up on the tree. They were told to take the trees down and trim the trees, and they refused, and that's it. They would not let Edison on the property. The guys who raised that, they did go on without permission. I asked the guy, and he said, we're not asking her anything. So that's it. Okay. Something needs to be done. I don't want to lose my house. There's nothing I can do. I'm retired. Trimming the trees, we spent over $6,000 trimming their trees. If people had to go all the way around and trim the trees around this half-acre of property, it would cost thousands of dollars. If a fire starts there, it'll take some trees, it'll take some homes down. It will be a big risk to our fire department to have to fight all the fire that happens there. They're having all these things rubbing on the trees, all these lines. It's not safe. I think I got it all.
All right,
It's
thank
late.
you.
I know everybody's tired.
Please sign in, Mrs. Towns.
Yes.
Oh, you signed in, okay. Anyone else? Yes, yes.
Want to give those out? Yep. I want you to know I was here.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jackie Fershen, and I live at 24800 Little Mac.
All right.
Hi. Last year in June, I had done some FOIAs for some election information, the electronic poll book files, which we were not able to get, even though we had requested that 168.509GG, which exempts personal information from FOIAs, is not included. We were told the electronic poll book file, which is, it belongs to we the people, had been destroyed at the behest of Jocelyn Benson. Also, I had provided, I had filed this criminal complaint against Jocelyn Benson in June of 2023. There were anomalies on my voting records, my voter history, date or time stamps for when I voted, identifying information. I had provided a list of evidence to the police. I'm a big fan of the police, but I could not get anywhere with this investigation. So I tried, I met with our detective and Michael Butts in July of 2023, and we reviewed the information that we had provided, all the evidence. We said, Pete Lucido is ready. All he needs is law enforcement to come to him with this evidence of these crimes. And it never happened. I put about 18 hours into this complaint and the whole, the FOIAs and whatnot. And at the end of the day, we were told, after following up and really not getting anywhere, we were told that, I was told, that this is way above local jurisdiction, which is not true because 750.248 in the Michigan Penal Code says that altering, forging, or counterfeiting public records is a felony. And there is a penalty. The venue for this crime is the jurisdiction that I live in. So it'd be Macomb County, okay, and Pete Lucido. Michael Butts had met with Pete Lucido. He was ready to take on this effort if he got some, if law enforcement came to him with this evidence and these crimes. We know it is something that's like different, but it's still a crime. I have two different reports, one from April, this is my voting record, and one from August. And in the April report, there are user codes. There's a fourth column. It shows, when information is entered into my record, who entered, who logged on the computer and entered it. And in August, the Board of Elections had taken away that ability in that column. So there's no audit trail for anything that's done on our voting records. Date or the timestamps when I vote, it's all zeros. That is that makes no sense because you do vote at a certain time. Let's see. So basically, I was very disappointed that the case was closed after a couple months. I understand it's a little different than the usual case that police get, but it does not make it unimportant. And there are big consequences for stolen elections. We're living them right now. So, is that my time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Do you have anything else quick? I mean, I don't,
No, nothing quick.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone? Yes, sir. Okay, you're next, sir.
Thank you. Am I on? Can you hear me all right? All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, St. Clair Shores City Council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Scott Ogney. I'm from Leone Township, a suburb of Jackson, Michigan. And I've actually been working with the woman that just spoke, and I'm a election whistleblower. And I am also a candidate for the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. The sheriff's seat in Jackson County, and the big reason is because throughout our election investigation, I've been working approximately 3.5 years on this as a whistleblower. We've had an extremely difficult time in getting law enforcement and prosecutors to execute statutory law. In other words, the legal obligations they're supposed to do in terms of investigating crimes. And I'd like to focus what I'm going to speak on statutory law because it is very applicable to this case here in St. Clair Shores. I have spoken to the city clerk and I have spoken to personnel over at St. Clair Shores PD, and I'd just like to read you a couple statutes, and I'd like Chief Allen, I will give you the copies I have here, along with highlighted features within each statute. MCL 168.941, peace officers, duty to institute proceedings. This is from the election laws, specifically. Any police, sheriff, or other peace officer having knowledge of any violation of any of the provisions of this act, to forthwith institute criminal proceedings for the punishment of such offender. That did occur to a degree. Unfortunately, the investigative detective did not We had requested a sit-down with a whistleblower. That would have been me and a woman named Joanne Bacali from Election Integrity Force, and there was no effort made. There was an effort to call the Michigan Bureau of Elections, and the evidence in the crimes points to the same woman that he spoke with and a few other people there. And usually a suspect you don't want to necessarily take in that sort of a credible sense, or at least in my investigative efforts that I've made, you try to get the whole picture. And that's consistent with scientific method as well. All right, MCL 752.11, upholding or enforcing the law, duty of public officials. Any public official appointed or elected who's responsible for enforcing or upholding any law who willfully and knowingly fails to uphold or enforce the law with the result that any person's legal rights are denied is guilty of a misdemeanor. That also applies to the clerk. Okay, we have spoken to her of altered election records. You cannot alter these things. MCL 75478 is willful neglected duty. I'm not going to read that specifically, but it is applicable in this case. And 750.505, this is an important one. This, I'm going to read you the excerpt from the Michigan Municipal League. This is misconduct in office by public officers. And it goes specifically to the malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance. What are those? Malfeasance, I think the municipal attorney here can probably explain that, but I'm going to read what the Michigan Municipal League refers to as misfeasance, which is the doing of a lawful act in a wrongful manner, okay? Nonfeasance, which is the failure to perform an act required by the duties of the office. From the report I seen on the case from the detective, he did not investigate everything thoroughly. We had requested a sit-down. As a whistleblower, he refused to do it. Secondly, he put false information into that report, okay? Real briefly, I would, MCL 764.16, that is a common law offense, 505, punishable by up to 5 years in prison, up to $10,000 fine, or both. MCL 764.16 gives regular citizens the ability to initiate a citizen's arrest for a felony, all right? I spoke, the same stuff I'm telling you, I spoke before Chesterfield Township approximately 3.5 weeks ago. The Director of Public Safety, Brian Bassett, apparently was not aware of how the investigation was done because he reopened the cases. He reopened the 5. I sent him videos on what's called the locus standi investigations, the stuff that we're talking about, the alteration, what they're doing to the election records. He reopened it and he sent it to Pete Lucido's office. He did what he was legally obligated to do. This jurisdiction has failed, okay? And Jackie, where's she at? She is in her legal right to file a citizen's arrest against the chief of police, okay, for 750.505. That's the common law violation. Thank you for the time. I'm going to leave these along with the applicable laws. I'm going to leave a business card with the chief and with the city clerk if they would like to talk about this. Otherwise, we're going to proceed with charges through the Michigan State Police. We would prefer to do what the law says. She is legally entitled to have these thoroughly put together and cases sent to Pete Lucido's office. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Hello.
I'm Diana Schaefer.
Can you pull that mic down so we can hear you? Thank you.
I'm Diana Schaefer. I live at 19707 Frazo. That's the MDOT, previous the MDOT property.
Okay.
I've been there 15 years. I'm the sole owner now. I did have partners in it before. And I've been asked to remove the parking lot, and they sent me a non-conforming driveway, which I think I'm totally different than a regular little driveway. This will cost me $20,000 to $30,000 to remove this parking lot off my property.
All right.
And it says, so I'm hoping to get mercy on this. And I have had to get rid of my bees, which I was told by powers that be when the state law was changed, because it is almost 2 acres. I have had bees and butterflies and birds and that, and I made it into a natural place for this, because I can't build or do anything else with this 2 acres that I pay these for, so. And my son, who does not live with me, has been over the last 2 months just clearing everything, because I was told that if I didn't do it, that it would be cleared by the city.
Okay.
And so all my butterfly bushes are gone. They leave Michigan in September. They have nothing to eat now. My bees, I did get rid of them, and there's no way. I hope that we can figure a mercy something out for this. I don't know why. It's a big deal. I'm the last house in the city. My backyard is the wall of 94.
Right.
And I have been told by powers that be before that when the law changed, because it's more than 250 feet, I have 16 neighbors and I only have 2 people complaining. And supposedly the one neighbor said that his yard gets flooded. This parking lot's been here for 40 years. And he's the only one that has that issue. And so this is what I'm asking for, is mercy for this. Because that, financially, the hardship, and I was told that it could be put on my taxes numerous years. Well, I'm a senior citizen now. I just started getting my Social Security, and for those 2 years, I worked with handicapped children, and I wasn't able to work through the pandemic because of that, because of all the vaccines and all the other things. So I hope to have some help on this, please, because this is not fair
Okay,
and wrong. So,
all right.
do you want to?
Ma'am, if you just sign in there, we put your address down there, Ms. Pike will tell you where to sign in, so we'll look at it. Yes, sir, come on up. We can start over and we'll
Thank
start. Hang on.
Well, my name is Paul Tamashunas. This is my mother.
Yes.
I love her very much. A little bit,
Where do you live? So you have to city you reside in.
Ypsilanti Township.
Alrighty, thank you.
So, she's a little misunderstood, but she's the sweetest little lady that you'll ever find, and she is the true definition of somebody who will not hurt a fly. She would chase that little jerk. If one gets in her house, she'll chase him around to let him out all day long. She truly cares about bees and butterflies and all the birds. Her yard needed work. It has been a contention of our relationship for many years, and she had a fall 2 years ago, and she broke 2 discs in her back. So she has no ability to actually mow the lawn or to take care of it. So I told her, if the city writes you up again, I'm going to remedy this. I will take care of it. So once Norma wrote her the 3 tickets, I called Norma, I talked to Norma, and then after that, I went and I knocked on every single door on that street. And I explained who I was. I explained that she's gotten lots of calls and that I just want to remedy whatever the situations are. So there was 5 neighbors that had small complaints, and I made sure that I take care of all the complaints anywhere near their yard. So most of them said they had complaints just about the fence line, so I cleaned their fence line, and then I cleaned all the neighbors' fence lines anywhere near theirs. So as far as I can tell, the yard is being taken care of. Everything I've taken out of the yard, I've taken 50 yards of things that my mom was saving for a play set or a greenhouse that she was going to build, or all the things that she had hopes for that are not hopes, So I just had to get it down to where I can go every other week and I can mow the grass. And if Denise wants to send her mowers over there because she doesn't feel that I have it good, then that's fine, and I'm acceptable to that, and then I will keep it to wherever Denise thinks that it should be. So as a part to the driveway, though, we are in the position where we're saying that it is legal nonconforming. So she was cited for this. Yep. She was cited for having a non-conforming driveway where it clearly states here that the approach and the driveway can only be 22 feet wide. So she has a 22-foot driveway, and she has a parking lot next to it. Now, the approach was done in 2016 by the county. It was completely redone by the county. So just like if there are dead trees were in the right-of-way, then it would be the county's responsibility or St. Clair Shores that would take care of that. So what I'm saying is, why is my mom being cited for the apron that she had nothing to do with? She didn't touch it, and then this ordinance was done in 2006, so 10 years after the ordinance is done, the county comes and redoes the apron, and then they cite my mom and tell her she needs to take it out. So as far as that is considered, and then the parking lot, it has been there for over 50 years. It has been there for many, many, many years, longer than I have been, and my mom cannot afford to take care of it. If this was where I feel the ordinance was passed in 2006 was to stop people from parking on their front lawns. You know, when people are paving their front lawns so that they could park or put their boats on it, whereas that is not the case with my mom's. She has 2 acres, she has more than enough room, she's not infringing on anybody else's property rights or violating any other people's rights. This is something the state of Michigan put in. So the 2 things that she's being cited is something that the state of Michigan put in and the county put in. And they're making my senior citizen mother be financially responsible for that. So that's our position on that, and the only reason we're here is just to make sure that all these wonderful council people are aware of the situation, and if you guys agree that that we will be in court, and our pretrial hearing is on August 7th, because obviously I couldn't get this remedied with Eric. There was no way for me to remedy this. If this was any of the other driveways, there's 918 driveways on the list, and my mom's was not put on the list until I FOIA'd the list 2 weeks ago. So there's ones that have been on there for over 18 years that haven't been remedied, and that my mom's is now the top of the list, which just got put on it 2 weeks ago. So thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Paul Schorsch, and I live in Clinton Township, Michigan, 38057 Moravian Drive.
Okay.
All right, I've paid taxes in Clinton Township for a long time. I've added them all up. It's $150,000. I also lived in Warren before that, paid taxes there. And you guys look like a great bunch of guys. And I got to tell you, my voting record has been altered also. I filed a complaint with the Clinton Township Police Department. They did do an investigation, and they re-altered my document. The whole user code column was gone. I went back another time. They did it again. It was altered again. Then it was altered a 3rd time. They realize this is bad stuff going on here. And I bet you it's happening to each and every one of you, and you don't even know it. I bet you guys didn't even think about checking your voting record. And it's happening all over this state. And we got to fix this. We all got to come together, all you council members, all the citizens, and we got to take our state back and no more altering our records or our votes. And I got to tell you, this is going to go. It's going to go to Pete Lucido, and he's going to have to make a decision. These officers are going to have to do their job. You can't just put this underneath the carpet. It's just bad. So you guys stick together. All us people got to stick together. We got to support our police department, and they can't be cowards. They got to stick up for the citizens, and that's their job, man. That's all of our jobs. All of us are part of the problem for not taking care of this, man. We all have to fix this together. It's the only way out of this mess. All right, you guys, thank you for letting me speak. I know it's been a long night, but listen, we all stick together. We can fix this. We can do it, guys.
Okay, thank you. Can you sign in, please? Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else for the mayor's comments? It's midnight. Just a quick one. I just wanted to say thank you to the Parks and Rec Department. They did a fantastic job, and the Activities Committee with the fireworks. It was an outstanding fireworks show, and I think probably the largest Rob, I think it was the largest one we have ever seen there, or at least of record. So fantastic job by you and your department to make it such a great event. With that, we will
Move to adjourn.
move to adjourn. Moved by Mr. Frederick, supported by Ms. Rusi to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. All opposed. Good night.